Hello there, what is up folks? Welcome to No One Watches RD. I am your host RD and this is more unwatchable content and another video no one is going to watch. But if you are one of the no ones who is going to watch today's video, brought to you as always from Shit Video Productions, what we have in store for you this evening, folks, is yet another deep dig into the Keystone 6 Masscare strategy national level exercise that is about to commence in 10 days time at time of recording, and there is also a pre-event for participants of that exercise due to take place the weekend of the 18th and 19th of May 2024 on the Gregorian, which is a little over a week a day. So the countdown is on to Keystone 6, the national level exercise, although I do strongly suspect that it is already active after we have seen a series of severe storms and extreme weather high impact events cascade through 6 states of the United States of America over the course of the last 7 to 10 days, with more extreme weather events forecast and on their way as we get ever so much closer to Keystone 6 kicking off. So there is good news and bad news, folks. The good news is there's an awful lot more of visual content in this presentation and less of RD reading. So let's dive in to our first content of the day. So we are going to start off the proceedings once again at the National Masscare Strategy.org, a government website, to remind some of you more regular Nowrdians and to act as an introduction to those that may be a little bit unfamiliar as to exactly what Keystone 6, the National Masscare exercise, is all about. And some of you more regular Nowrdians should almost know this word for word, but as I said, it is acting as a reminder and an introduction for some of those newer Nowrdians that might not be as familiar or up to date with the Keystone 6 Masscare strategy national level exercise. And let's scroll down, and here you can see that the 2024 National Masscare exercise, it takes place in May of 2024, is called Keystone 6. We've already seen 6 states affected with devastating weather events that have cascaded through a region of the United States of America. But Keystone 6 will be held in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, which is so far free from any devastating weather events. But if that will remain the case, we will have to wait to see. But it does start on May the 21st, 2023. No, it's not 2023. May the 21st through to the 23rd, 2024. And here's where it gets spooky, guys, because the scenario will involve large-scale impacts cascading across the region and the need for mass care services for up to 100,000 people. Now, I'm not entirely sure how many people who have been affected by those recent weather events and devastating, tornadoes in rain and whatnot, will now be requiring Masscare assistance. There's an awful lot of people that have had their homes destroyed or damaged beyond sort of repair. Or if it can be repaired, it is going to take a little bit of lengthy time. Not everyone has friends or family or relatives that they can go and stay with in situations like that. So the doors are opening for FEMA, and let's not forget that they have made amendments to their assistance process for any sort of victims of a recent disaster, as declared federally. As a state of emergency or a declaration of disaster, then they are eligible for assistance from FEMA. The system rather has been streamlined. They've removed a lot of processes and making it quicker and more efficient to apply and receive this assistance from FEMA. But the other thing that does is also help sort of swiffen the lines a little bit. If you've got long lines of people waiting for assistance, then sort of removing certain stages and processes from that procedure will sort of speed things up a little bit. And with a lot of people waiting for Masscare assistance, then the sort of quicker and more efficiently you can deliver that Masscare to the individuals requiring it, the better it is. But Pennsylvania will be standing up a Commonwealth shelter, and it will be activating an operational planning Masscare task forces for feeding, sheltering, disability integration, reunification, household pets, distribution of emergency supplies, and housing. You can sign up to receive updates and registration information. You can read more about Masscare in Pennsylvania at the DHS, that is the Department of Human Services, not the Department of Homeland Security. The www.dhs.pa.gov/Masscare. Masscare, slip of the tongue there. But let's scroll down just a little bit more, because it does give us a little bit of history about the Masscare strategy and sort of how it first come into effect. And it was published first in September of 2012. And it was to provide recommended courses of action for the delivery of improved Masscare services to the nation. One of the recommendations, look how bizarrely this is written, folks, was to conduct an annual national Masscare system exercise that focuses on establishing state to federal coordination systems and integrating staff from key NGOs, faith-based organizations, and the private sector into an effective Masscare multi-agency coordination structure. The need for an annual Masscare exercise was manifested prior to the publication of the National Masscare Strategy document. The multi-agency coordination issues that arose from the Masscare response to Hurricane Ike in Texas led to the development of the first multi-agency feeding plan template in 2009. During discussions about the feeding template, the concept of a multi-agency feeding task force was raised, but there was no consensus on the organization, operation, or role of a such task force. During 2020 to 2022, the national Masscare exercises were cancelled due to the pandemic. There's no mention of if there was one in 2023 or not. Maybe they're keeping sealed lips, because perhaps that national level exercise went active. Who knows? There are an awful lot of strange events throughout the United States and the world last year, but the United States was almost a week that didn't go past when either a train was derailing, an emergency cleanup operation was required for weather-related events. There were sort of power plants blowing up and exploding. all sorts of things, as well as objects floating overhead and strange creatures washing up on shores. But this is what we are going to concentrate, because this is a little bit relevant to sort of modern days. But back in 2019, the Masscare strategy, AAR/IP, took place in November of 2019, and the National Masscare exercise of 2019 was a functional exercise that was conducted August 26th to 29th of 2019, and it was held in the state of Illinois at the Emergency Operation Center in Springfield. The Simpsons. But the exercise used a task force concept and examined Masscare related recovery issues following a significant earthquake in the New Madrid seismic zone. Specifically, the exercise focused on planning in the areas of sheltering, feeding, and reunification in 4 main timeframes: 2 to 15 days, 15 to 30 days, 30 to 60 days, and 60 to 90 days post-earthquake. Now, this list does go on to show you a whole bunch of previous national Masscare exercises that have been conducted, but I did want to point out that 2019 one, and already, due to the weather events that have taken place over the last May, the 1st of May, kick-started severe storm, drastic weather season. Take down your eclipse decorations, put up your weather warfare decorations, because it does seem to be as though some of these weather events might be a little bit targeted and directed, and many of the things that are required of this year's national level Masscare exercises are already being required by an awful lot of people that have become victims of those series of disasters over the last week, with more to come. And are we going to see sort of more than just sort of tornadoes and heavy rainstorms, thunder and lightning? Maybe we get a little bit of seismic activity to boot, because although it does say a series of high impact events cascading through the region, it is also a disaster within the disaster, because sort of once the sort of clean up and rescue is taking place within this, and survivors of the disaster victims have been relocated to these shelters, the situation or the scenario then will see an outbreak of a deadly virus that then needs to be contained and stopped from spreading. And the further disaster is there's going to be a series of gas leaks, and possibly also a grid down situation, difficulty communicating with each other, power outages, that sort of stuff. So it's sort of disasters within disasters within disasters, and it does seem as though they sort of covered all of their bases under the guise of this national Masscare exercise for an awful lot of events that do seem to be happening. And of course, if you're sort of putting into place a shelter that is designed to house up to 100,000 people, then if 100,000 people will be affected by, maybe an actual disaster, not the simulation, then they can put that shelter system to good use for the real life disaster victims, and not the role playing disaster victims. And we've also heard about the reunification, reuniting families that have been separated, as well as reunification of household pets, and also sort of there's also sort of measures being taken into account at these shelter facilities to provide access for up to 4,000 household pets. Now, as I said, guys, we're not going to spend too much time reading articles on this particular one. We do have an awful lot of videos to get through, and a lot of them are from the organizers. In fact, a lot of them, nearly all of them, are from the organizers of the National Masscare Strategy exercise due to take place, and there are a lot of sort of webinars online video meetings with participants and people that are involved in the Masscare exercise planning committee that really do need to be paid attention to, because there is an awful lot of information in those videos that is particularly telling. So that is me done with reading articles. I will see you after the videos are finished to commence with the outro pleasantries and line up the dancing girl. But without any further ado, let's hand you over right now to the National Masscare Strategy Planning Committee and a series of videos. The recentest one was uploaded 3 days ago regarding the upcoming Keystone 6 Masscare Strategy National Level exercise.
All right, good afternoon, Masscare partners. Thank you so much for joining us for today's webinar about pediatric feeding and Masscare. We are recording this webinar, so that recording has started. We will make that recording available to you. There is a link in the chat. Once we're all finished here, I'll download that and put that available online for you. If you'd like to see the slides, there's also some supplemental toolkit materials. You can feel free to check out that bit.ly link, and those materials are already posted there. If you have any access issues, you can feel free to contact me. I'm Christine Heiser with the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services, and I'd be happy to get you those materials in an alternate format that works with your IT restrictions. So we are really pleased to be hosting this webinar because we are hosting the National Masscare exercise coming up in May in Pennsylvania. So I'm super excited for that opportunity to put that on and to shed a little more light on this important topic that we don't focus on quite enough in Masscare. So if you want to read more about Masscare in Pennsylvania, we'd love for you to check out our website. That address is linked in the chat. It's www.dhs.pa.gov/Masscare. And you can read all about our Masscare task forces. There's a little blurb in there about the exercise. You can sign up to receive updates. So feel free to check that out at your leisure. So without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to Mike Prasad to give us an overview about what we'll be talking about today. So take it away, Mike.
Great. Thanks, Christine. Give me 1 second. Okay. So thanks again, and welcome to the pediatric feeding concerns for ESF6. This is a precursor exercise webinar, as Christine mentioned, for the Keystone 6 National Masscare exercise scheduled for 2024. So my name is Mike Prasad. I'm an emergency management consultant from Barton Dunot out of New Jersey. I want to bring to everyone's attention a specific component of Masscare feeding, which is the feeding of infants and toddlers, those generally between 0 and 3 years of age. So I'm going to probably yammer on for about 40 minutes or so, but this will be interactive, and you'll have a chance to chime in along the way. So without further ado, let me switch over my presentation. So the webinar, we're going to use a software called Mentimeter to record the live responses from all of you for just a couple of questions, not a lot. If you're watching this presentation as a recording, you're going to see all the results from the single session that we did today on January 29th, 2024. But you'll not be able to participate and see it live. But you can run this later and actually add to the questions and things by using the same codes that are on the screens. It says down below there, use code 55540595. That's an old code. It's going to be 17930027 if you don't do a screenshot. It'll be on all the other slides. So let's start off with the first question. And this is a practice question, just so we can get a good idea of the use and stuff like that. As I said, here's the code information on the top. So it looks like people are figuring it out. So what's your favorite ice cream flavor? And on your phones, on your smart devices, whatever it is, you should see the same question and the choices as to what to pick. Hopefully this will give you an easy idea of how this works. You just hit submit, the answers appear on the screen. And then as I move from slide to slide, you'll see more questions pop up on your devices. So this gives people an understanding of how this works. I just wanted to make sure that it does work. This is the first time trying it, so I'm glad it is doing something. Okay, so here's the real question. And that is, where do you think your organization is in terms of the knowledge curve about pediatric, that is infant and toddler, disaster feeding? So again, on the Mentimeter, it's going to be that sort of typical 1 through 5 Likert type scale. And it goes everything from, nope, we're not involved at all, we don't know much about it, to 5, yep, we're pretty high on the understanding of this, and we're trying to gauge where folks are at on this webinar. So I'm going to give just a couple seconds for people to answer. I think we've had one response so far. I probably have to press the start to get that going. There we go. So let's see, that should now be appearing on your phones, I believe, or other smart devices. There we go. Thank you so much. Oh, this is great. So 9, 10, perfect. You see the responses kicking in. I think there's about 25 or so. Christine, is that right? Number of people participating today?
We have 29 so far.
Okay,
maybe some
looks
more
like it's capped out.
We had 60 couple.
Thank you so much for answering that question. And responses will keep coming in for a second or two more. So for today's agenda, here's what we're going to cover. We're going to cover the threat awareness. So hopefully you'll understand what this is all about. We're going to talk about the POETI method for problem solving. And if you've already been involved in threat and hazard identification and risk assessment, hopefully you're familiar with POETI. We'll go into it in a second. But if not, don't worry, we're going to cover it in detail, specifically for pediatric feeding. Then we're going to look at the issue from a disabilities and access and functional needs view. That is where inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility come into play. And then finally, we're going to talk about the next steps towards the Keystone 6 exercise and how this all fits into that national Masscare exercise, as Christine mentioned, happening this year. So here's the problem. When infants and toddlers come to shelters or fixed feeding sites, there's a good chance they're currently breastfeeding. And if there are any issues for the nursing mother, including the possibility that there is no nursing mother, such as latching, milk production, etc., we found through the research that we've done that there's not enough support at fixed feeding sites and shelters for the baby to continue feeding on human milk. There can be latching issues, milk production issues, and other disaster-related factors that impact this situation. And it gets worse. Time is of the essence here. What if the nursing mother is dehydrated? What if the nursing mother is not there and can't get there? The alternative provided is usually cow's milk powdered formula mixed with water. There is significant scientific evidence that this is not an equivalent substitute, that it can cause health issues for the babies and also for the mother, and a permanency change in the way the baby feeds. And this problem lands squarely in emergency management's lap. We can solve this through changes to our plans, how we are organized and equipped at shelters and fixed feeding sites, and through more inclusive training and exercises. And by the way, this is more than just for the operations branch. There are, of course, logistics and supply chain management issues for this concern, finance and admin, intelligence, and of course, planning issues as well, too. And it's full cycle. The work needed in preparedness, protection, and prevention are just as important as the work in recovery and mitigation, just like any other problem-solving aspect in emergency management. And we can bake in a greater sense of belonging for clients and staff. The inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility aspects must be incorporated along the continuum of services in Masscare feeding, right? If we think about supporting breastfeeding and human milk delivery in the same way we do as other activities of daily living, that works best. Think of it as a meal, not medicine. Okay, here's your next question. What do you have in your organizations or your jurisdictions pre-staged at your shelters, in the community, etc., to support infant and toddler feeding so that you can pick multiple choices here, by the way, And what we're interested in seeing is what you have pre-staged, meaning as whether or not it's a notice or a notice incident, or if you're establishing shelters as consequence management for an event that it doesn't matter. We want to know what's already there before the first people show up. That's what it's about. So choices are clean water, infant formula, meaning only you have one type of formula. If you have multiple types, you can check the third box. Do you have bottles, nipples, bags, etc.? Things that are consumable medical supply type items. Do you have a medically designated refrigerator? Do you have durable medical equipment such as breast pumps and supplies for more than one infant? Do you have lactation counselors or people who have lactation counselor training on site, meaning that they're going to be there the minute the doors open? Or do you have the ability to do lactation counseling on a call in the same way you might support people, for example, with language translation or other types of disabilities, access, and functional needs types of support by telephone? And similarly, here's some of the same questions about and same answers and check boxes, etc., about what you might be able to get on the same day. This is assuming transportation's okay. There's no blockages or things like that. Same day to be able to support infant and toddler feeding. So maybe you don't have it in the shelter now or ahead of the time that it's opening, but you have the ability to get it there same day. Now, obviously, if there's a hurricane or a wildfire coming or something like that, where suddenly transportation is going to be blocked, and there's a concern, that's a concern you have for any type of mass care support. But if you could get something there from a logistics supply chain management perspective the same day, within so many hours of a thing, that's the kind of thing we want to know. And maybe you don't have a pre-stage, but it's 3 hours away and anytime anybody needs it, that sort of thing. This is great. Fantastic. Love to see how this has changed dramatically between one set of answers and the other. Thank you so much. Let's look at threat awareness through a SWOT analysis. That's the typical strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats. The typical process we do from your answers might be that there's, as from the strength side, might be there's a concern that there's nobody out there who can help solve this problem. But there's actually this strength in that that's the opposite. There's a whole community of network capable partners out there. And these are really low-tech solutions, by the way, we're covering. They're not susceptible to cyber attacks. What we have also found in our research on this problem is there's lots of subject matter experts, including emergency managers who've been nursing mothers themselves. There's a whole universe of non-governmental organizations who are not active in disaster, but maybe should be. Your jurisdiction needs to tap into these and build them into your plans as partners. The major weaknesses we have found so far is a lack of awareness on the part of government officials, including many emergency managers across the country. Unfortunately, that means a lack of planning in these SLTTs, the states, local jurisdictions, sovereign tribal nations, and territories. There's also a need for more federal support. Right now, there are some major disparities and differences between the different branches of the US federal government on this issue, and we need to right-size them. And while this problem is a threat itself, the possible solutions have threats within them as well. We can't have a one-size-fits-all solution that tends not to include everyone who needs support, especially socially vulnerable populations. The best course of action is to empower families to continue decisions they've made for their infants and toddler feeding through the disaster, and give them guidance and capabilities for alternatives if those primary methods are not working. The bottom line is that something else needs to be done now. The current state of replacing human milk with powder-based formula is not a reasonable accommodation. Hold on a second, I got to flip my back. And we're planning a separate hour-long webinar on the logistics aspects of fixing this concern right away. Here's a way of looking at some of those items via another SWOT analysis, this time focusing on the logistics, supply chain management, supply chain integrity and security, etc. Those are all recognized at the federal level core capabilities needed to support emergencies and disasters in general, not just for pediatric feeding concerns. When you exercise with whole community partners, you end up working and networking and finding more synergistic solutions and probably cost savings as well. Again, most logisticians have not looked at this concern, nor have planners. The opportunity here is twofold. Set the bar high for others elsewhere in the US, and also provide local capabilities and capacity to serve your own jurisdiction. And finally, again, as with all logistics, there are threats to and from transportation, product process disasters such as infant formula shortages, and what could be effectively a disaster within the disaster. Just as hotel rooms fill up with aid workers after a disaster, leaving less capacity for clients, if shelter staff consume local stocks of equipment and supplies for sheltering needs, they will leave less for the public at large to obtain. So here's the POETE process, specifically for Masscare feeding concerns for pediatric clients. As many emergency management planners know, plans, staffing, equipment, training, and future exercises are all driven by either incidents that go sideways, hopefully something somewhere else far away, right? Or the results of exercise that do not have the evaluation results we want to see. As disaster researchers, we know this is a problem in many, many jurisdictions, if not all of them now. We would prefer to solve it via exercises that actually adversely impacting children through real-world failures. That's the bottom line. So we're not just admiring the problem, we're attacking it from every angle possible. Creating this workshop webinar and providing content, including index and exercise evaluation guide materials for the Keystone 6 National Masscare exercise is one critical way to use the POETE process to solve this problem nationwide. More on that in 3 slides. And let's take a look at this now from a disabilities access and functional needs view. And for us, that means we're encouraging a sense of belonging, both for the clients, of course, and for the staff as well. And that's where we hit the right buttons for inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. This works best at the sheltering situation when approached from multiple angles. Families can certainly approach feeding and other shelter workers and express a need for support, but also disaster health workers should be utilizing the CMIST process to help identify families in need. Of course, paramount to all of this is self-selection options. We're going to note that on the next slide. It's the family's choice about how and what to feed their children. And with that comes the support for Masscare fixed feeding logistics towards that choice. Successfully providing multiple choices, including breastfeeding support and human milk delivery fixed feeding at human milk facilities and shelter sites, encourages diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility, having more tools in the toolbox. And we're aligning to the choices that families want rather than making decisions for them. That helps everybody. So we have a 3-part workshop series that we've recorded. One for the before work needed, the preparedness, protection, prevention timeframe before a disaster strikes. The during, when a shelter and/or fixed feeding site is ramped up and used in response. And then the after, for when recovery and mitigation phase work is needed, both to move families through recovery with the support they need and also to reset and enhance that community's own resources for the next disaster. You can find these recorded webinars at bartondonot.com. And we're working on getting them into the National Masscare Strategies website as well. More on that in a few slides. So the pediatric Masscare feeding concern is really about families making their own choices for feeding their infants and toddlers. The current support model of self-service and formula only does not cover cultural, faith-based, and other factors which could occur in a disaster feeding situation. Our goal is to support a broader set of choices which the family gets to make, and maybe if they want, with the help and support of others. So here's what we're doing in terms of prepping for and providing resource material for the Keystone 6 National Masscare exercise. This is the feeding the webinar itself. And there are other workshops and tabletops that I noted previously, which folks can access anytime ahead of the May 2024 full-scale exercise date. That should hopefully prep folks with what they need to do for their own jurisdictions, integrating this concern with other Masscare feeding challenges, and help shake the rattles, so to speak. We've built content for this pre-exercise workshop, seminar, other workshops, etc. during the week. It's going to during the week of the National Masscare exercise. We've also built in exercise injects for the master scenario exercise list for that full-scale exercise itself. And we've all provided some information to the team for exercise evaluation guides in support of the after-action report improvement plan documentation post-exercise. So what you are now is part of a national movement for change that started by Jennifer Hope Russell. She's a PhD nursing student at the University of Tennessee and a registered nurse with lactation counseling as one of her specialties. Her dissertation work is in fact on this very need for enhanced support, which is an emergency management training and consulting firm in New Jersey, is along for, and we're working pro bono with Jennifer and others to help effect the change. As I mentioned before, we're working at this at all angles possible. We strongly believe in the poetic process for change management and a great collaborative method for getting governmental and non-governmental organizations together to make positive differences for families impacted by disasters. If you'd like to join us in this endeavor, please drop your email in the chat or contact me directly at info@bartondonot.com. I'll put that into the chat when I'm done. So last question. Now, where do you think you are and your organization are in the knowledge curve about pediatric infant and toddler disaster feeding? A little bit of a bump up, it looks like, from what I can remember the answers to this question before I did my little presentation. Christine, should I take questions and answers now, or do you want to wait till the end?
I have a couple that folks submitted when they registered, but other than that, don't have any in the chat now, unless anybody wants to raise a hand or ask a question now related to anything that's been said. Carry on, I say.
You got a chat section, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, nothing in the chat right now, so.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, so we don't have any questions live right this second. Oh, I see one. So Susan asked, what has the Red Cross agreed to do for this? Can you comment on that, Mike?
Oh, that is a really good question. And the answer is nothing yet. I am still working with them to figure out what the sort of next steps are. They have twofold responsibility. Obviously, they have a lot of sheltering across the country in terms of responsibility, but they are also the keeper of the keys for the National Masscare Strategy website. I've been working with their national leadership on changing policies and procedures for both Masscare feeding staff as well as the disaster health services staff there at National. I need to provide them some more evidence-based work, and the exercise and evaluation results from this exercise coming up will actually help towards that. As I mentioned in my presentation, you know, I would prefer not to have infants and toddlers harmed as something I need to provide for evidence. But if I can show that an exercise was done by, you know, a state and as part of the exercise evaluation, it was noted that this was a missing gap, et cetera, I think that'll help. That's the way we normally do things in the poetic process, is we fix things that we find in exercises as well too. But hopefully that answers your question. So the short answer is I'm working on it, but the long answer is I don't have a solution yet.
Susan asked a follow-up question. How many states use the Red Cross only for sheltering? I don't know. I don't know if you happen to know, Mike.
I don't. I anecdotally know states that don't use it, states and territories, but I don't have a stats on that. That'd be a great question for the Red Cross, Michael Whitehead or Brad Kaiserman at national headquarters would be able to potentially answer that question.
Okay. I have a spin-off question we received in the registration. Can you comment on the role for state level VOAD or maybe even national VOAD and working to build capability for some of these issues?
Oh, I think that would be great. At a state level VOAD, getting in partners who are new partners who are not necessarily disaster related. So, for example, La Leche League is a partner, an NGO partner, I should say, to states, typically in support of your children and families departments or other aspects, but not necessarily a emergency management partner. The other question down the road is milk banks. How are we working with them? Should we be considering them the same way we think about blood banks and food banks? So if you think about it that perspective, the idea that a VOAD could be the conduit for those organizations to interface with emergency management makes perfect sense to me.
That's great. Can you suggest any additional partners that Masscare professionals should look to engage with to assist in improving capabilities in these areas?
Yeah, there's a National Breastfeeding Council. I'll find the link and I'll put it there. What I don't know is whether they have state structures. That may be something to they may be a good clearinghouse. And I mention that because I believe they will also have some connectivity and your own internal State Department related to State Department of Health, I should say, and whichever department manages your women and infant and children program in various states. The question about lactation counseling and how do you get it from telephone support, that's something that I think there's probably an NGO association or grouping out there that can support that. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Thank you. We also had a question about the role of local food pantries. So let me just kind of define what we're talking about here. So when I say food bank, I'm talking about a large organization that supplies perhaps hundreds or thousands of small local level organization food pantries. And those food pantries they do like the bulk of the distribution direct in communities, kind of that hyper local. So the question we received was, how can local food pantries prepare as an organization to support municipal, state, federal agencies in a time of disaster?
Oh, local food pantries. The question is, yeah, I would say that they should connect with their food banks. And I believe every state has one. So I'll give you a perfect example for Sandy in New Jersey. The food bank, the Community Food Bank of New Jersey, is the player at the VOAD level and a partner directly to the state. So when USDA surplus food, for example, gets kicked in under ESF 12, it goes through the state to the food bank, and then from the food bank gets distributed to the public through the food pantries. So that's a kind of a way and flow that it works best. The same is true for when major donations come in. Tyson Food wants to deliver trucks and trucks of chicken. A food pantry isn't going to be able to take those on, but a food bank will. So that has to be the coordinating entity usually that does that. So it coordinates. A food bank will be the one coordinating up and down the structure.
Thank you.
Hey,
I'll
this
add
is
that
Matt
at
Coder.
Onsite
I'm with Salvation Army EDS, but I came out of Feeding America's national office. That's your singular point of contact for disaster. They will route you to the appropriate food bank entity in that state. Some states have several, but they can route you the correct way.
Thanks, Matt. Great announcement. That contact if folks don't already have, they aren't already connected with their food bank partners. And I'll add to Mike's comments. Additionally, at the state level anyway, we definitely count on those local level partners to share information about unmet needs in their communities. I mean, you can't assume if you're a partner serving those consumers at the local level, and it turns out that there's huge unmet needs caused by the disaster, we may or may not have visibility on those needs at the state level. So sharing that information, getting connected in, if there's a feeding task force, or again, sharing that information up through your For example, in Pennsylvania, you're feeding Pennsylvania Food Bank or through the Feeding Pennsylvania Disaster Contact, Eric Fritchie. And we had a gentle correction from Dennis Dura of the USDA that the ESF, the Emergency Support Function for Agriculture, is ESF 11, not 12. So just wanted to note that.
Sorry about that, Dennis.
Dennis has been working there for like a week, so he's got the ESF down, so he's good.
I know Dennis very well.
All right. Another question that we received in the registration process is, what role does WIC take in this conversation?
That's actually probably more of a question for you, Christine. In some ways, I think it's somewhat state dependent as to what they're doing, but I believe they may have a really good way of providing lactation counseling, for example, and may even have access to some of that durable medical equipment and consumable medical supplies. But it is going to be very much driven on what the state authorizes them to do, and it may be a wise move, for example, to extend the capability of the WIC into WIC staff, I should say, into emergency management in the same way that ag staff can be extended into, or housing staff, can coordinate with HUD staff. It's kind of like, do you have extra duties and what kind of emergency powers are given? I'll give you for example, when a disaster happens and at the federal level, they take SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and then they have DSNAP, right? So it's all about what does the governor want to pay his or her fair share for, and what the feds are willing to to partner up. Usually, it's based on whether the governor asks, that kind of thing. All of that, it's a really good idea to plan for that in advance, right? Not have to be deciding or even remembering that there's DSNAP or WIC or whatever. It's a lot of plates to juggle in the air. But if you think about them ahead of time, and we did a little bit of this, Christine, for the rest of the audience, we did a pre-webinar on this kind of a thing. Hey, who's got breast pumps in their department? Hey, who's got lactation counseling in their wheelhouse for day-to-day stuff? Can that be extended into disaster so that it supports people who are outside of the program? Can that be done in disaster for people who are not U.S. citizens? We want to be as inclusive as possible, and governors have that power to say, you know what, we're going to take this on. I'm going to call out the National Guard and train them how to do this. Whatever the box is, the governor has the ability to change the set of rules in most states.
Thanks for that. In Pennsylvania, we do involve our WIC partners in our disaster feeding task force. A little background on that feeding task force. We have over 300 partners across the Commonwealth. It's not just governmental partners at all levels, but we also have our volunteer organization partners, charitable feeding partners, private sector partners, as well as folks who run all of these blue sky food assistance programs. And the purpose of the task force is we gather information about the unmet feeding related needs caused by the disaster. We identify what available resources we have to meet those needs, and then we come up with an operational plan and to execute that and determine if we have any shortfalls, if we need to submit any requests for assistance. So certainly WIC plays a role there, and the information flow goes in both directions. So I would expect that they would be in contact with the county level WIC offices to know if there's any disruptions to services that they're providing there, as well as to provide any potential resources if they have them in surplus. Something else that state WIC I know has done in the past, so during the formula shortage, they were able to get information about waivers, and I'm not clear if FNS sets the waivers. I don't want to misspeak on who's in charge of that, but I know there were a variety of different waivers as far as what formula products could be purchased with WIC dollars. Normally it's only certain products, but they were able to expand that because of the massive supply chain issues to make more products available to those WIC consumers. So that's something that's really important to maintain that continuity, because certainly you may have supply chain disruptions in the event of other disaster events. So that's something important to do. Do we have any WIC partners on the line that want to make any additional comments about the role of WIC in providing these services and important products? no worries. Not going to throw anybody under the bus or put anybody on the spot, so that's fine. But definitely an important partner to bring into the fold for your planning, your response, recovery, and the entire emergency management life cycle. So we had a couple of technical questions in the chat. So I guess some of these go back to like planning assumptions, Mike. So specifically, what requirements or like planning assumptions would you recommend for cold storage for medical purposes, which like storing of, infant formula or, pumped breast milk, would be like medical cold storage. We're not throwing that, in the refrigerator with the leftovers. So what can you say about that?
Yeah, I don't really have stats on that yet, but we're anticipating that a typical medical refrigerator, which is going to be, for example, used for insulin and other medications, probably has enough storage for the 2 or 3, maybe 4 bottles of formula that might be in there rotating, not formula, I'm sorry, breast milk that might be in there rotating through. So the anticipation is approximately 2 to 3 infants in the 2 years or under per every 100 children. Sorry, per every 100 population. So 2 to 3% is what you're basing our statistics on, and what that's bared out from is I just got some results from the Red Cross on their level 4, which is equivalent to a type 3/type 2 incident, undoubtedly most likely reaching the presidential declaration level. But that over the course of the last 3 years or so is averaging about 3% of people in the shelters that are under the age of 2. So that's kind of what I would use it for. So think of it too that you would need a 1 or 2 breast pumps per, and then 3 or 4 CMS, consumable medical supply kits. In other words, I believe, and again, I'm not the expert on how a breast pump works, but I believe that you can attach other disposable items to it so that it can be used by more than one person, more than one nursing mother can support, on a sanitary basis. And that actually brings up an interesting partner too. There's actually a group of infectious disease professionals on the public health side. It'd be great to get them included in this mix too, because we're really trying to increase the amount of safety at shelters. Things can go wrong in shelters too, and does breastfeeding add something to the mix? Maybe, if it's supported or if there's challenges or whatever else. But certainly, I think the evidence will show that it's probably less of a health risk if it's done improperly, for example, than infant formula might be, because if you had the wrong water, health of the safety of the water, the cleanliness of somebody not washing their hands before they're doing the bottle feeding, all those kinds of fun things. But yeah, that I think that three number is a good one. So supporting 3 bottles in a medical refrigerator, how many breast pumps you'd need, and in supplies for 3, and that sort of thing per 100.
That's great information. Is any of that information in the CDC Infant and Young Child Feeding and Emergencies Toolkit?
I don't think so. I think they just were focused on having the capability. I don't know that anybody got down to ratios and numbers.
Okay, the planning assumptions may not. I am going to share the link for that in the chat just because it's a great reference, but sounds like these planning assumptions are kind of up for debate.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I think we're planning another webinar to do the logistics concern. That would be a kind of a great topic. What does it take? Because jurisdictions that are looking at mega sheltering, this is a big number now suddenly.
Yeah. Yeah, Susan comments that in Utah that stat is much higher, and certainly, your jurisdiction's the best, and reference your census data and know that, just because that's the stat for, the statewide or jurisdiction wide, it may be that your sheltering, the population you're sheltering is in a specific neighborhood that has many more kids. So you kind of have to know that as part of your planning process as well.
Yeah, and that's the same way the FNSS guidance works for wheelchairs and walkers and canes and so forth. So think of it the same way.
We had another question at registration about premature babies that may require specific feeding therapy. Can you just comment generally about, medical formulas, the prevalence of that, these different kinds of products? I think people have never had to deal with that directly. Maybe they're just not aware that it's not always just, formula is formula. There are other, medical things that play there.
Actually, I can't. I'm not a medical expert, so I don't want to jump down that road. I will say that FEMA recently added two other formula types to their commonly used shelter items master list. I believe one was related to I want to say an allergen issue. Neither, I believe, was, there's three. And I'm sorry, I'm dropping the ball as to what the other one was. But I don't believe it was a medical related type of an issue. I think the real key there is to talk to your health departments. You've got every state should have some nutritionists, some registered dietitians, folks like that should have the background to provide you a good scientific basis. And then this also then a premature infant and things like that, where you're starting to draw the line between what should be medical needs sheltering and what should be general population sheltering. So again, I don't feel comfortable that I'm the expert on that, but I do know that there should be people out there that are.
Okay, great point. I have linked the commonly used shelter items list in the chat for any curious souls who would like to go look up what the two additional formula types that were added to there. And I think that's great advice to work with our ESFA public health folks on making sure that we're getting, the products that people need and working with families to determine what those products are. And I'll just add one comment that sometimes it's older children, that have special medical needs that require those specific types of products. So important to allow that self-determination and, ask the family what it is that they need and work with our health folks to get that sorted if it's something in particular. Let's see here. I think that addressed all of the questions that came in registration and in the chat. Were there any other questions that anyone wanted to bring up before the group? I do have a special guest speaker. I'm just going to make a few additional remarks here.
Yeah, and while Michael's speaking, if you could re-enable my chat, I'll be able to take a look at those and then add the couple of items that I promised.
Okay, yeah, you should have access. So when you're not sharing, sometimes it's easier to see there.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but it's been one of those days, and this whole series has been like this for me.
Technology making our lives easier every day.
Oh, yes.
All right, I see Mike just came on screen. We have Mike squared today, so a real treat for everybody. Two Mikes, double the fun, right?
We Mikes are legion. We're everywhere.
It's true. There's a lot of you. Anyway, I am pleased to introduce Mike Howells from the Pennsylvania Food Merchants Association. So I mentioned briefly the work of our feeding task force in Pennsylvania. We are lucky that we have a strong business emergency operations center in Pennsylvania. So shout out to Molly at the BEOC who connected us with PFMA and other private sector partners who've really just been able to provide a wealth of information and also access to their network within the industry. So I'll let Mike say a few words about what the association does, and if you want to talk briefly about some of that information you were able to provide to us during the formula shortage that sort of informed the work of the task force, so we knew what was going on. Please take it away.
Sure. Thank you, Christine, and great job, other Mike. That was really interesting for someone who's by no means a subject matter expert on these things. That was very useful information. Again, my name is Mike Howells, and I work for the Pennsylvania Food Merchants Association. We're a statewide trade association representing businesses up and down the food supply chain, operating here in PA. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk just a little bit about what we do, and also on the role we played during the infant formula shortage from just a few years ago. And I would add, since we do appear to have folks from other states, I think in general, similar organizations, trade associations in other states, along with our national partners, generally based in DC, were heavily involved in this kind of work too during the shortage, to one degree or another. So like I said, we represent businesses in the food supply chain here in Pennsylvania, and depending on your perspective, that starts or ends with food retailers like grocery stores, supermarkets, convenience stores, from your large multinational corporations to small independent retailers who may only have one or two locations. But overall combined, we represent just about over 3,000 retail locations across Pennsylvania. Then we also have as members wholesalers, distributors who store and move products throughout the state, and then consumer packaged goods companies and other food producers, as well as businesses I would characterize as food adjacent, insurance providers, lighting companies, cleaning supplies, and so on. We are based just outside Harrisburg, the state capital, and we advocate on issues at the state, federal, and local levels throughout Pennsylvania. If you set foot in a grocery store, you'll have a sense of how many sectors this industry is truly involved in. Start outside, you have fuel sales, EV charging. Inside, you'll have pharmacy, meat and poultry, dairy, perhaps alcohol, tobacco sales, organics, and then, of course, SNAP and WIC, on top of more general business issues like labor and HR. We also deal with emergent issues like pandemics and mass recalls. And so let's talk a little bit about infant formula. Many, I would say, the vast bulk of our retail members do sell infant formula, and a lot do so as WIC authorized retailers. And likewise, many of our members at the distribution level and the wholesale level are involved in moving this kind of product around from warehouses to retail locations as well. So cast your mind back a few years. It's something of a cliche, but there really were a handful of converging issues in place in 2021 that really made it a perfect storm for a bad formula shortage of the kind that we saw. First, you'll remember we had lingering supply chain issues globally left over from the pandemic, labor shortages, bottlenecks at ports and other shipping hubs, raw material limitations that still cause problems for all sorts of products. And then specifically to infant formula, there were in place strict regulations surrounding imported formula that made substitution very difficult under normal circumstances. And then the U.S. formula market, as I'm sure you are aware, in general has not had a great deal of resiliency with a limited number of producers and not a lot of redundancy in place. And as Mike and Christine kind of alluded to, the thing about formula as compared to maybe some other products out there is often it's the only kind of food that infants can eat, especially specialty formula. If your child happens to need a special kind of formula, there may literally not be alternatives out there for them. So when Abbott was obliged to issue its massive recall in February 2022, again, to use another tired to cliche, a lot of dominoes began to topple. You'll remember that recall itself was prompted by potential bacterial contamination linked to infant deaths, and Abbott's major manufacturing plant in Sturgis, Michigan, had a total closure. It shut down, and what parents saw in pretty short order was a shortage of formula hitting store shelves. And PFMA's role in situations like this chiefly involves serving as an intermediary between our member businesses and government agencies, working with both sides to collect and share information, relaying requests and suggestions, and basically ensuring lines of communication are open at a time when information sharing is most critical. We actually also served as the voice of the industry, particularly when smaller members who may not have their own marketing or PR departments started getting calls from press outlets, and really didn't have a lot to go on in terms of comments or updates. So we were able to handle that as well for some of our members. But beginning in February, we began working with the state WIC office and other state agencies, as well as our national partners and national agencies, to share information on stock levels, areas of need, supply opportunities. We saw a lot of new domestic sources as well as approved imports. I'll say euphemistically, this was a very fluid situation for everyone involved, and Christine knows, we were often called on to pivot very, very quickly when we were learning about new shipments I mean, there were airlifts coming in, you'll remember, and we had to turn those around, find people who could take them, who needed them. At the same time, we also had WIC substitutes being approved, and things like that, that we had to get information out to our members who needed those supplies. Another issue we had to deal with, not unique to formula, was panic buying and hoarding. And whenever there's a shortage of anything and the media begins to report on it, we do see reports of runs on store shelves as people scramble to get what they think they need, or in some unfortunate cases, what they think they can resell on third-party marketplaces. So part of our messaging to the media was to remind people not to take more than they need, and also to refrain from buying formula on the secondary market. Obviously, there were uncertainties in those situations over storage conditions, expiration dates, possible tampering. And I think really we all understand it's one thing when it's paper towels, but when we're talking about infant formula, it's an entirely different situation. And our members having to manage stock levels and potentially limit purchases was a really challenging thing, especially adding in the WIC component that was there as well. WIC purchases account for more than half of the formula sold in the U.S. And the difficulty there was even more significant for our members who were involved in that. In general, with WIC, one of the major challenges that we see, for both participants and retailers is the rigid nature of what products are eligible and which aren't. And so it was actually a good thing to see that the program has the capacity to be more flexible when it comes to substitutions. We think it's more possible for WIC to be more resilient, particularly during shortages or other emergency situations. PFMA actually sits on the Pennsylvania WIC Advisory Board, along with care providers and others involved in that part of the healthcare system. So we are working hard to kind of help bring some of our perspective to the situation, see if we can get some changes made, utilize some of the lessons learned from the shortage to make the program better for everyone. And we give credit to the FDA for moving pretty quickly on adding flexibility to the formula market. At its height, I'd say we were getting multiple emails a week with news of newly approved imported SKUs or warnings about unapproved sources and guidance on things like homemade or diluted formula. So sort of returning to the timeline, that's the Sturgis plant came back online in June of that year, promptly flooded and shut down again, and then came back online again in August of 2022. And since that time, we have seen a steady smoothing of supply and demand. And as I mentioned, the lessons we've taken on board specifically regarding formula, really the importance of resilience and redundancy in the supply chain. As it pertains to WIC, the need for more flexibility when it comes to substitutions, particularly during shortages and other emergencies. And really during public health emergencies, driving home the importance of keeping those lines of communications open between the public, the government, and the private sector. And I guess just to finish up really quickly on that last point, I would say I think we're extremely proud of the work we were able to do in Pennsylvania, the feeding task force, the work with Christine and the other state agencies. There's always room for improvement, but I think we did a pretty good job under the circumstances. So as far as it goes, as far as I'm able to answer any questions, happy to do that, Christine. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mike, for that thorough overview. I think it's safe to say that the industry, just like emergency management, has lived 1,000 lives from 2020 to present. So if we can pivot one more time, we just might lose it, right? But I have to applaud how you work with governmental partners. It truly is a model for whole community engagement. Without you and your network of industry partners, we got 0% intel, I think. So appreciate the overview. Any questions or comments from Mike? He was thorough. They're blown away. Done into silence.
Job done. Thanks, Christine. Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other general comments they want to share, or best practices, partners you're engaging in your home jurisdictions? I see a hand from Shippensburg Produce and Outreach.
Hi, good afternoon, Christine. My name is Chris Connor. I work at Shippensburg Produce and Outreach in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, and we're looking forward to any opportunity to assist or learn or participate, help exercise with Keystone 6. I had a question about your disaster feeding task force. Where could we learn more information about that so we could get involved with it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. And I will be in touch. I received your email about getting involved with the exercise, so definitely we'll be in touch about that. And if you want to learn more about Masscare in Pennsylvania and get involved on the feeding task force or one of our other Masscare task forces, you can check out our website. And I'll put the link in the chat again. It's dhs.pa.gov/masscare. And there's a sign up for the task forces, as well as if you want to get more information about the exercise, you can sign up there too to receive updates.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan from Utah.
Yes. Let me just, yeah, I wanted to just mention really quick that I'm the lead for the feeding task force in Utah from the Department of Health and Human Services. And we are on the feeding task force have made a huge amount of progress. We've actually partnered with the Utah Allergy Network, and we're making sure that we have foods available for people who are severely allergic. And we also have dietary needs as well. And we've also partnered with the Workforce Services, the Refugee Center, and so that we are very aware of where our refugees are located, so that way we can feed them according to their things that they're accustomed to. And then we're working with the hotels and the tourism groups as well to know where Utah has some of the largest national parks. We have the most national parks, one of the states that has the most national parks in the US. And so we have a lot of visitors and tourism. And because of that, we're ready to be able to take care of those people and know where they're at. So anyway, the feeding task force has made huge strides this year, and we've updated we used to have 2 separate maps. For the sheltering had their own, and we now have a Masscare map. And our Masscare map has so many different layers. One of the things that we're focusing on right now is food deserts in the state, and making sure that we are aware of where they are, and we can make sure that when we do set up shelters, we set them up in accordance to the actual area that we put them. So anyway, I just wanted to say that really quick. Thanks.
Thanks so much for your comments. I have a question about the Utah Allergy Network. Are they like an NGO or?
Yes, they're a nonprofit group. We have them working with the Utah Food Bank, as well as we're doing the distribution of emergency supplies of the pods, where they're going to be having pallets of food boxes for people who have allergy and dietary needs.
That's incredible. I'm gonna have to look up and see if there's a similar organization for Pennsylvania. Thanks for the inspiration.
Sure.
And I'll second your suggestion for working with hotel and tourism groups. The Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association is another key private sector partner of our feeding task force, as well as our sheltering task force. We work with them extensively throughout COVID to find restaurants that were willing to produce our disaster meals for folks who are food insecure, as well as finding suitable non-congregate shelter locations. So great idea, Susan. Thank you so much for sharing. And Janet Zeiss in the chat has a comment that for small-scale disasters, the federally qualified health center has been an amazing partner for feeding and other unmet needs. Thanks, Janet. Any other promising practices? Susan, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I do. So because we have so much camping going on, we are working very closely with all of the groups that we have, the national parks, the regular parks, the KOA, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we have so many campgrounds in this state. And because of wildfires, we've actually had to evacuate them at a moment's notice. And some of the biggest takeaways that we've had is that a majority of these people in these campgrounds can't just go drive home. They're from out of country, or well, at the very least out of state. And so things just gets complicated really fast. And the feeding task force and the sheltering task force have worked really closely together to be able to get situational awareness so that if this ever happens again, we'll be ready.
Thank you. That's also a challenge for reunification too, when you have that many folks from out of the area. So certainly that's a tricky one. And any associations for campgrounds would be a key partner on those various task forces too. Susan, do you have a link to your Masscare map? Is that publicly available?
It will be.
Okay.
We're currently working on our website, and it's not up yet. But as soon as it is, I'll send it to you, and then when you send out emails, you can send it to everybody.
Oh, great. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing. Anything else anyone wants to share? Mike put his email in the chat. I'll put again the link for the webinar materials and the toolkits in there, and that's where I'll put the recording if you want to share it with a friend. Any last words before we wrap up the webinar? Well, I appreciate so much that more than 30 of you spent your afternoon with us to hear about these important issues, and I hope that you maybe identified a couple of extra partners that you can involve in your planning process, and maybe some other material goods you should be thinking about how you can have them on hand or procure them, or working with partners to make sure that you have all of those items available to support people in mass care settings. So thank you so much, Mike Squared. This was great information to share with our partners, and I just really appreciate you, and thanks so much, everyone. Please take care. Don't be a stranger. Check out our website. Connect with us if you want to get involved with the National Mass Care exercise coming up in May. All right, welcome everyone to our webinar today, Use of Mass Care Task Forces to Drive Planning Assumptions. I'm Christine Heiser with the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. We are pleased to welcome Mike Whitehead from the American Red Cross. Mike, can I call you the Godfather? I feel like you're the Godfather.
If you would.
Well, Mike's been around.
Of what? The Godfather of what?
The Godfather of Mass Care.
The National Mass Care exercise, anyway. Yeah.
All right, all right. Well, Mike has forgotten more about mass care than I will probably ever know about mass care. So we are glad that he is here to share an exciting new tool. I will link this for you in the chat, and the PDF is available online, the use of mass care task forces. So he's going to go over that briefly, and then we'll have plenty of time to address questions. We are recording today. We will have the link to the recording available, as well as the slides and the PDF and all the things. So I'll just leave that as the brief introduction, and then maybe after we wrap the presentation, I'll give a little blurb about our upcoming National Mass Care exercise being hosted next month in Shippensburg. So take it away, Mike.
Great, thank you. I start all my talks that I give the same way. I'm the greatest accomplishment of my life is I've been married 45 years to the same woman. It's a much greater accomplishment for her, of course, than it has been for me. I have was a state mass care coordinator for at the state of Florida for 15 years. I worked the 2004 and 2005 hurricane season, and during that period, we had in a period of 16 months, we had 8 hurricanes. We had 4 and 6 weeks in 2004. So I had a whole kind of 55-gallon drum of experience that was dropped on me all at once. So that's kind of what we're going to talk about, this new use of mass care task forces document, and then we're going to talk about how to determine mass care planning assumptions, and we're going to get you started on that. This is the purpose of the document. The document just got released last month. In fact, this presentation is the same presentation I made in Orlando at the National Hurricane Conference. And then I had to close that down because the sign language was distracting me. I couldn't focus on what I was doing. All right, here's the document. It's up on the National Mass Care Strategy website. Here's the nationalmasscarestrategy.org. That's there's a lot of information, multi-agency and agency information on mass care on the website. I recommend it to you. This is a picture that I took at Bay St. Louis and Hancock County, Mississippi after Katrina. It was the third day I got there. It was an untold story. There were 6,000 Floridian state and local workers that were deployed into southern Mississippi after Katrina. I was one of them. For the 6 southern counties, I was responsible for coordinating the human services response. And when I went there and I looked around, and there was just horrific destruction, and there was storm surge, petroleum and sewage and rotting sea life that was spread over miles of it. And there was a lot of people that did not evacuate, and they were still staying there, and they had congregated on intact structures, and there were some of the people were still sleeping on the ground. And so I was trying to think about what was the first thing we needed to bring in there. And I thought it was cots, because if the storm couldn't drive them away, we couldn't make them leave. So what the best thing we could do was get them up off the ground of this storm surge buck. And so at the end of that first day, we had a conference call at the command vehicle, which for the state of Florida, we were calling back to Tallahassee, and Tallahassee was requesting resources and sending them to southern Mississippi. And in the command vehicle, they had a conference call room that's for 4 people, and there were 8 of us in that room. I was sitting on the floor, and the table was up above us like that. So I was thinking this is what I needed to tell them was cots. So they went around the room, and then the logistics chief, he called on me, and he said, what does Masscare need? And I said, cots. And he said, well, how many? And I had no idea. In fact, I didn't even know that it was my job to come up with a quantity. I thought, I've identified the problem, cots, and then they'll figure out how many they need and they'll send it to me. So I just made up a number. I said 10,000. And one of the things I learned about logistics people, if you don't, when you tell them a number, they don't go, that's outrageous. Where'd you get that? They don't care. They just want the number, because you're just one more problem between them and going to bed that night. So I told him 10,000, and later on, when I know now, we probably at the most needed maybe 2,000. So we ordered, 5 or 10 times more cots that the federal government paid and sent for into Hancock, Mississippi, because I came up with a Masscare planning assumption. I just made it up, but I didn't know no better. So when you get in a big disaster, most people that come in big catastrophic disasters like that, I had suddenly 4 of them presented to me all at once. But most people, when they come in there, it's their first, biggest, and last disaster with emergency management or state emergency and county emergency management. Their first, biggest, and last. So you got to look at something called Masscare complexity. And this Masscare complexity is an indicator of how big and how complex and how much help you're going to need. Because this talk about forming Masscare task forces is bringing in additional help. So you're looking like how many counties or parishes or municipalities that you're working with. Like in Hurricane Charlie, we suddenly had 25 counties that were hit with hurricane force winds, and they were all screaming at us at once. How many state and federal agencies are there? U.S. You can have. There's a whole in 2017 at the Puerto Rico San Juan Convention Center. That when I was there was more federal agencies there than some of them I've never even heard of before. How big is the shelter population? The shelter population is your first and best indicator of what is the level of distress going on at the county. And is CNN broadcasting live from the center of your disaster? And that's an indicator right there. Simultaneous events, like in 2004, we ultimately had over that 6-week period, we were dealing with 4 simultaneous events. So that made it a lot different. It just dramatically increased the level of complexity. And here's Hurricane Charlie that August the 13th, 2004, Friday the 13th. Here's the web EOC of the time, state EOC tracker message. And these were all the messages that were coming in on. We had 700 on the 13th and 788 and 680 and 830. So over this 4-day period, we were just inundated because, like I said, there were 25 counties. We were just completely inundated with requests for assistance. I can tell you, I know because I was there, we completely melted down. We could not handle this, the amount of requests that were going on. So when you get a lot of coordination complexity, what you get is like you get the number of tasks is going up. The complexity of the task. You know, the task is not go in there and call somebody up and get it for. This was, some of these tasks require coordinating with 2 or 3 people if you could get a hold of them. And a lot of times you couldn't get a hold of them. Like I said, the number of stakeholders. So if you're doing your regular disaster and suddenly you got this increase and the amount of staff that you have is still staying the same, you know, you're going to have a massive degradation in the amount of service you're able to provide. So one solution to do that we've come up with is to activate a task force. And it's really a decision made by the state Masscare coordinator. Requires prior planning. All right, so this is something you got to think about in advance, and there's a lot of information in that use of Masscare task forces about doing this scenario. And the number of task forces or the size of the task force, or whether you're going to depend, like I said, on that coordination complexity, all those different factors. And you've got a number of options for acquiring additional staff. The EMAC is the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, you know, where other state workers will come in. And this is kind of what we're doing at this exercise in Pennsylvania. They're exercising the EMAC. FEMA is flying in state people like they would for a real disaster. And you can get additional staff like we're doing here for non-governmental aid. Red Cross, Salvation Army, the Baptists can provide additional people to work in these task forces. And of course, FEMA's it's got a good resource. So, if you're local municipalities, you can use mutual aid. Mutual aid network is in between counties. So, as I was telling y'all, Dennis, Dora, and I helped work on this FEMA G418 Masscare Emergency Assistance Planning and Operations course. It's a really good course. I'd recommend it to you. And the course comes up with these decision-making steps that review information, coordinate all these different actions that you would make as a state Masscare coordinator. And in the planning document here, the task force document, we divided those tasks up into 2 columns. First of all, there's an operational coordination, which is, you know, for today and tomorrow, or maybe the day after, for the next 48 hours. Those are what you're doing is you're doing conference calls. In conference calls, if your coordinator is really important, you set up a specific conference call and you hold it always at the same time so people can coordinate around here. Because conference calls are important because it's really difficult to get a hold of people. Most people, you call, their phone's busy, rolls over to email, and the email inbox, I mean, their phone box is full, and nobody has time to look at emails. So if you need to get a hold of people out and talk to them, the best time to do that is to schedule a call. And of course, you can fulfill resource shortfalls. The counties and municipalities, they contact you, they want resources. If you have the resources on hand, you can coordinate with the logistics and then the resources are going to move. The problem is if you start calling and people need something and you don't have it, then it's going to take a while to get it. So and most of the stuff is predictable. And as I discovered, normally you're going to, most people need the same items in Masscare. So what you want to do is try to do planning coordination. And this is a lot of you're so busy doing the the operational coordination, you don't have a lot of time to do any planning coordination. That's really what you can bring people in to help on operational coordination, but you really need them, especially the big disasters, the planning coordination, which is involves these tasks right here. So this chart is in the task force document. You look at what you need. If you got, like, a lot of time they want bottled water, a truck of bottled water and a truck of shelf-stable meals. You know, if you have it on hand, if FEMA's got it and your state's requested it, you got it sitting on hand, it's just a matter of calling up the staging area and getting it delivered to wherever the location is. Food boxes are going to take some while to get coordinated. But these services down here, you know, if you need to contract for these additional services or work with, some of it, especially if you're trying to get it from FEMA, it's going to take weeks to months to get it. That's from the time you request it. So the earlier you identify that you've got an issue and that things are, that you're going to need this stuff, the earlier you request it, the quicker the clock starts going. So what I'm going to talk now about is how to determine the scale of the disaster and determine requirements for resources. And this was the big thing that I learned when I go in there. I've got to say, how big is big? How much, what do I need? What resources do I need? Normally it's the same number of resources. And then next thing is in what quantity. There's a national VOAD document capable on definitions and capability on the National Masscare Strategy website. It talks about these terms: capability, capacity, and strategies. You need to understand what these are. Capability is the ability to deliver a service, right? You know, a fire department has a capability to put out fires. They've got the trucks and the equipment and the training and the people to do that, all right? But we've got Masscare, Red Cross has got the capability to do sheltering. A lot of NGOs have the capability to do feeding. Capacity is what level of service can you deliver, and the strategy really is what methods are you going to use to deliver that. Like, for example, you can do fixed or mobile feeding, and same thing with distribution emergency supplies. You have fixed sites or you can have mobile distribution. And sheltering, you can do congregate sheltering or non-congregate sheltering. So we're looking at capacity measures, and sheltering, really the capacity for sheltering is you need to know the number of locations and what is the population. That's based on that information, you can figure out what are the number of resources you need. Feeding is how many meals per day for production and distribution, because production is field kitchens and vendors, and distribution is vehicles and getting it out. They're completely different vehicles, completely different strategies to do that. And the same thing with distribution of emergency supplies, how many households per day. Now, this is kind of the demand curve over a disaster for some service deliveries for sheltering or feeding and distribution. It always starts, it goes up, it peaks for a few days, then it goes down, levels off, and then goes out. All right. So what we do is we're looking to estimate. For us, we want to estimate what is this capacity. You know, how many meals per day? How many? What shelter population or location? What's that capacity? When do we think we're going to get that capacity, and how many days are we going to maintain it there? So to estimate the scale of disaster, you really look at, first thing you're going to look at is the event type. And this is it an earthquake or a hurricane or a flood? Because earthquake, hurricane, and floods, they take, there's different ways to estimate your planning assumption, how many people have been affected based on that. The next thing you're going to look at is the affected area. What is the area that has had damage? And finally, within the affected area, there's different levels of impact. Level of impact is a combination of what the intensity, the magnitude and duration, and the amount of destruction. Here's a good example right here, Hurricane Katrina. See this yellow line. This is all the different wind fields that they've had. You can see that there's different levels of, this is the yellow is the level that was affected, but within the level, there was different impact levels based on the speed of the storm. And of course, along here, here's Waveland, Bay St. Louis area right here where I took that picture. That you've also got the storm surge that came in that was in so many cases, it went all the way in, all the way into where Interstate 10 crosses there. Now, when you say the level of intensity, it's going to be high, medium, or low. And we're looking for like a hurricane is a Cat 4 or 5. Cat 3 is a medium, and Cat 1 or 2 is low. Tropical storm force winds are in tropical storm force winds normally don't cause enough impact. A tropical storm, though, that is slow moving and can drop a lot of rain, that can create a lot of flooding damage. So there's the difference between the tropical storm, wind, not the wind necessarily, but the flooding that they can do. And we've got some estimates here, and these are all crude. This is not rocket science precision. This is all very crude. This is better than making it up type crude level. All right. And we've got some earthquake intensity levels. We've had a lot more practice estimating with hurricanes than we have, thank goodness, with earthquakes. And so now what you do is you're going to look at the affected area, and you're going to look at dividing up your affected area into a low impact zone, a medium, or a high impact zone. All right. And so here, like you say, this is in North Carolina. Here's the counties here. Okay, this is the high impact, medium, and low impact zone. All right. So you got within that each zone, you have an impacted population. So what's the difference between an affected and an impacted? That's, so if Dennis and I are in living next door to in a house and a Category 1 or 2 hurricane comes over us, we've been affected with low impact, but we've had a low. We're both affected, but neither one of us has been impacted. But if a tree falls on Dennis' house, suddenly he's been impacted. So that's the difference. There's actually damage to the structure, and so. Once you get this, estimate what your impacted population is, and then within that impacted population is a population needing Masscare services. So if a tree falls on somebody's house, they may have insurance, and they may have they're resilient, and they have resources. They get somebody they can go to, and they can take a. But there's other people that aren't as resilient when they're hit. Then those are the people that we're really looking at. We've got. Going to require Masscare services. Just as a general, don't write this down and say this is the way it's always going to work. But for a hurricane in the low impact zone, of the affected, about 90% are impacted, and of that percent that is impacted, only about 1% seek shelter. In the medium impact Category 3 hurricane, we're looking at about 30%. And say 3% seek shelter. In the high impact zone, like that zone, like in Bay St. Louis or the coast of Florida for Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5, it's 60% of the structures are impacted, and about 5% seek shelter. All right, so that's kind of how we come up with an estimate. It's a lot more difficult. You can use, this is kind of the model. I would use the same model, or we use the same model for the National Masscare exercise for the scenario that we did. It was a different type of disaster than it's not a hurricane, it's a different event type. And it's also much more difficult to estimate this for inland flooding. You know, where comes in and drops 15 inches of rain in 24 hours in a dense urban populated area. That's going to cause a lot of damage. So it's a lot more difficult to estimate. So remember we talked about here's what the capacity is, here's when it's going to be. All right, at the date, here's when we think the capacity we're going to have it, and then this sustainment level and the sustainment date. That's another one where you're in shelter. So we were at capacity. So the sustainment level, the way we're defining it, is when it reaches 20% of the capacity. If it's if the capacity is 1,000, your shelter population is 1,000. When it gets down to 200, that's when you're at sustainment. And the date is you can estimate when that date is. Here's some data we took from all these these are wildfires and hurricanes and floods, whatever. When you can see when the percent of the population, it's basically it's between 6 and 12 days. It's average around 8 days. So any delay in reaching capacity will delay the sustainment date. The longer it stays at capacity, like when you're of a wildfire or something, you know, or a flood. Whatever caused the people to flee their homes, either the river rising or the wildfire evacuation, they're going to stay there until that evacuation is lifted or until the river goes down. Then that's the start of the number of days that'll take you down to get there. So this is good for you as far as you're trying to estimate into the future what are the resources we're going to need in the future to do that. And these are some of the factors that can influence. And so here you got your capacity, what your capacity date is, and 20%, we're estimating this is here. So you're really trying to estimate what the demand curve. And this is key. The sustainment date is really critical here because that's the date normally when you come in and you start doing your shelter resident transition at that date. You're doing shelter resident transition with this level is very resource intensive, and plus if the people have nowhere to go. They're not there because most of them are not there because they like it, right? They're there because something caused them to flee, and then after the evacuation order, the flood went down or whatever it came down, when it gets down to this level, and these are the people that really need the casework. So you can estimate not only when you think you're going to need your shelter resident transition, but about how many people. And these are all assumptions, right? This is it gives you a number that you can shoot for when you're doing planning. So for states have a tremendous ability to convene. You need to, like I said, a lot of you are doing this. If you're in a big catastrophic event, you've never done it before, you're not sure. What you can do is convene the shelter providers and look at estimating capacities and duration from the same thing with the feeding people. All right, they'll how long do what's the capacity? How long we think we're going to be doing this and out into the future, so you can get a good number, because you're going to need this number when if you're going to ask for federal resources. You're going to make your request for a federal assistance. So when you define the need, it needs to be use this kind of structure. What is the capability? What capacity? What location? And what's your duration? Right. So when you're asking, FEMA, we need to feed 10,000 persons in Grant and Klein counties for 45 days starting on August 1st. That's the kind of information you need, right? And you can get these, you can bring in the people with the subject matter expertise while you're busy beating off the alligators in the state EOC in dealing with that, you can get this task force to come in, and it's got the subject matter expertise and the people that have done this before, and can come down and make these kind of estimates and make a recommendation to you that you can take to the state coordinating officer to make a request to FEMA. It's very important that define what needs to happen. When you start going in there and saying, okay, I want it done exactly this way, then you're either limiting your options or you're dramatically increasing the price, one or the other. So actually the people that are working at the FEMA that do this, they have a lot of practice. They've worked a lot of disasters, and they've got the expertise. But what they cannot act until you, the state, define exactly what it is that you want. And my point and the whole point of this here is that the Masscare Task Force can help you do that. And on the National Masscare Strategy website, you can see the shelter and feeding capabilities definitions, the use of Masscare task forces here. Here's the 418 course, and determine Masscare planning assumption job tools is a Red Cross tool that we have. So I think, right, I think that's I'm ready for questions. Anybody has any questions?
Thank you so much, Mike. I've never seen. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I've never seen some of those charts and the projections for the sustainability data. I just really appreciate your work on that, and thanks for sharing it with us. Anybody have any questions for Mike? I have a few, but I'll open it up to our participants on the line first.
And the one thing I want to say about a lot of this is about, why do you know so? Because I have screwed up a lot. I have made, we can get a long list of, how did you learn all this? Because I screwed up. That's how I start that story up. How many cots do you need? 10,000. I just made up enough. Because I didn't know no better, right? There wasn't any instruction. There weren't any courses out there to show how to do this. And these are big events like this, and most people don't have any experience dealing with it. So, question?
Awesome. Let's go to Michelle.
So I'm going to ask a question because we kind of have a little bit different setup in Virginia. Fortunately, we haven't had to use our sheltering task force very much, but we have a sheltering task force and a feeding task force. How would you suggest, or how do you think that would work as far as rolling those, somehow or the other, rolling those two together to have a single Masscare task force, or does it still make sense to have two separate task forces that speak to the state Masscare coordinator who takes up a single, I guess, recommendation or theory concept of how things are looking and what they need?
That's a very good question, Michelle, because I was just looking at the plans that you have, and you guys have got great plans. You've got the shelter task force, the feeding task force. You've got a shelter resident transition plan. This stuff is it's great. Whether you need one Masscare task forces or a separate shelter or a feeding task force is going to depend on back to that coordination complexity. How big. We're looking at one of our scenarios is Category 4 hurricane hitting Norfolk and Rose and Hampton, all that area like that. And it's that's going right up the Chesapeake Bay like that. That's a bad
Don't even speak that into existence. Just don't. No, Mike. No.
No, I've got to, we're planning on, we've got 21 planning scenarios, and we're working on them right now as to what but no, it's how complicated is it going to be? And if it's a really, if it's the biggest and bad, then you can get the EMAC resources in, because you You know, I thought at one time I could get a state worker and bring them in. No, no, you need a professional emergency manager to come in. And they're going to say, well, that person doesn't know Virginia. Right. Well, that's true, but they know it's a lot easier to teach them the geography of Virginia than it's teaching them how to all this detail about mass care and coordination. Plus, the task force leader is going to be your representative on the task force, and then you bring in the subject matter experts, the people who actually know that work this on the people from FEMA, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, these different NGOs. They go to disasters all over the country. You can get those people there and get them assembled, and tell your EMAC person to go in there and go figure out what we think. What do we need? Okay, what do we think we're going to need, not now, but in 2 weeks and 4 weeks? All right, and ask the Red Cross and how much of this need can you provide in 2 weeks and 4 weeks, right? Because we've got a lot of capability and capacity to Red Cross us, but we do not have an infinite supply of volunteers. These giant disasters, it's going to exceed, and especially if there's multiple giant disasters going in the United States, eventually it's going to go in there where you're going to have to say that you're going to have to go to FEMA and ask FEMA for help. And you heard this, what do you need? How bad is it? It's bad. What do you need? Everything. When you need it now, click. So what has that person just told you? Nothing. All right. We want to get out of that mode, but I was a state worker for 28 years. I know exactly what, most state workers do not have the experience they did not do 4 hurricanes in 6 weeks like I did, right? And so they don't have. I eventually, by the 3rd or 4th hurricane, I'd have to have been pretty damn stupid if I didn't start figuring out what I was doing by the 3rd or 4th hurricane, right? So, you got to bring these people in to help you. And did that answer your question?
It does. Thanks.
I have a question, Mike. We've talked before about the importance of coming up with one collective target capability that everyone can agree on. Do you have any tips for navigating differences in opinion of that one target capability? We're trying to get, the county, the state, the feds, the Red Cross, everybody to buy in that, yes, we're aiming to shelter X and feed Y. How do you navigate that?
Here's what's going to happen. FEMA is going to do is going to agree with whatever you're going to say. All right. They're not going to argue with you. If you say that, they may say, well, okay, this, because you're going to ask. All right. So the Red Cross, we're going to say, because it's written in there, we're going to say, this is what we think the overall demand is. And of that, for sheltering, of that overall demand, this is what part we can meet. We can meet either all of it or part of it. So if we say that and there's a shortfall, right, then you got to look at, there's not, for sheltering, there's not a lot of other NGOs that are out there that can do sheltering. Now, when it comes to feeding, you say, here's what we think here's what the overall demand is. How many meals per day do we think we're going to have to produce now and distribute? And then of that, how much can you do Red Cross? How much can you do Salvation Army? Those are the kind of questions that you can get in there. So you get them on a call and you go in there and have a discussion, and they're gonna, the people that are on the call, like I said, there are people who have a lot of experience and have done a lot of disasters like this, and they're going to say what they think, but it's going to be up to it. Once the state decides on a number, that's going to become everybody's number, because the state has the power. Once you say this is what I think, then everybody's going to fall in line, because the state has the jurisdiction.
Okay, it's the importance of getting everybody singing from the same sheet of music.
Part is just don't make up a number, and then we're all sitting there. That's crazy. But just you get everybody. You get a lot of it. You get the advice. You come in, and then you make your decision based on that. That's what they ask me when the hurricanes come in. They say how many people are going to be sheltered, and I give them a number. And sometimes they agree and sometimes they don't. But I give them what my estimate is.
Question on estimating for wildfires. Do you have kind of some of those formulas for wildfire disasters?
Wildfires are very easy. Very easy. You take, how many people did they say to evacuate? All right, 60,000. All right. So it's going to be between 3 and 5% of that total that are going to seek shelter, congregate shelter. That's been the experience. But it's going to say, well, you know, it's going to vary by jurisdiction, of course, but we're given generally, these are general numbers. These are all general numbers. You say, well, I did the number you think and I went right. Well, yeah, this is not a real exact science. This is what I talked about here is this is a logical process to address the problem, and it is better than making it up. It's going to be a factor of what is the population, and of that population, what portion of them are impacted, and of the portion that are impacted, how many are actually going to seek mass care services.
Makes sense. Thank you. Do you have any thoughts on standing task forces and tips for keeping contacts fresh and partners engaged, particularly for those of us who aren't getting, you know, multiple large events every year?
Well, the one good thing on the task, if you have a shelter task force, you don't have a state sheltering plan, then there you go. In preparedness, let's go work on the state sheltering plan. All right. And the same thing with the feeding, get the sheltering plan. And then when it gets updated, then when you have your annual exercise, all right, have the exercise go in and exercise the plan. Then after every set, what's going to happen though is that, well, see, I got a task force, but the people that are standing people that are on that task force, when the big disaster stands up, they have suddenly a full-time operational job. So they can't. So you've got to say that you've got to bring in somebody else to be on the task force. So you're going to say, well, I'm going to use my task force. No, you can't, because those guys have operational responsibilities. The agency can bring in a substitute and be there to coordinate with you and represent the resources that agency has. But like your Red Cross person, it's saying you're on a sheltering. The Red Cross person is probably going to be in the state EOC doing operational coordination during the thing and won't be able to serve on the task force.
That really underscores the importance of having a little bench strength and having a backup contact and making sure that you're keeping touch with those folks too. It's not just, oh, here's the one contact who does everything and then now they're busy and you're out of luck.
Or you can have a national mass care exercise, Michelle. FEMA's looking for we're looking for state volunteers to do the national mass care exercise. Your FEMA region and the American Red Cross will help you put on the exercise. You can do it in coordination with your hurricane exercise. Just something to think about. Everybody, we need with the national mass care exercises are dependent upon states volunteer to. That's why I was, we were at the National VOAD, whatever, and I go to Christine at the National VOAD conference. I said, Christine, how come Pennsylvania doesn't have a national mass care exercise? She goes, I don't know, maybe we, and then now here we are.
This is all Mike's fault.
Yeah, because
so we're having a blast putting it together and inviting all the partners. It's going to be a good time. So
I see we got Ronan Delcross on. That's good. That's good. Ronan can answer all your. He's there. He's my counterpart at FEMA headquarters, and he helped work on this document as well. And he gave a presentation after mine at the hurricane conference, which talks about once you figure out what you need, now you got to go through and jump all the FEMA hoops to get the, get the resources and get them delivered. So, right, Ronan?
Yeah, we spent some time on resources. I will caveat the earlier question there on the estimate of, if we're in the same ballpark, if one of us came up with 11,000 and one of us came up with 10,000, we're probably able to easily adjust to resource either. If one of us came up with 1,000 and one of us came up with 10,000, we're off by an order of magnitude. We're definitely having a discussion.
That's good. I just said that so to make you come on to the call and defend it.
We're dealing with another disaster, so I joined a little late.
Any
And
other
Robert from South Carolina is kind of echoing Mike's earlier comment about the difficulty of coming up with an estimate for overland flooding, particularly because their historical data overlapped with a hurricane event, so they don't have a good estimate there. So it's good anecdotal information. Other questions for Mike?
Maybe South Carolina will have a national Masscare exercise. That would be.
He's really pushing this hard.
That just well, you got plenty of people to help you do it. All right, I'll thank you all. I appreciate it. I'm gonna email this to Christine, and she's gonna get it out to everybody.
Yeah, perfect. And if you registered for this webinar, you'll
Or
get
actually, I emailed it to Jen. Jen's got it, right? Jen's got it, and Jen can email it to Christine. Yeah.
All right, whisper down the lane. We'll get it. If you registered for this webinar, I'll send you a link to download the recording, to view all the materials, so you can reference them, this great document. Thanks everybody who had a part in creating it. It sounds like it took a village, so we appreciate that. And we appreciate everybody's support and preparation for the National Masscare exercise, which again, we are hosting here in Pennsylvania, down in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, in Cumberland County, right in the I-81 corridor. Next month is the week of May the 20th. So if anybody is interested in getting involved, coming out, participating on site at that exercise, and you need registration information, please reach out to me and we will get you hooked up there. I'll put my email address in the chat. Any other comments before we end the call here? Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, Mr. Whitehead, Michael, I just appreciate, want to re-echo Christine's sentiments. This you provided invaluable information that I am really waiting to get my hands on for that PowerPoint. You detailed a number of training opportunities for Masscare Task Force members, as well as some of the other learned experiences from large-scale disasters. So thank you for your time today in providing that resource. I cannot say that more than enough. We have we're a by the hip relationship with the American Red Cross, with Joe Lentz, Rachel Choate, and Kobe here in the district. And almost any activation for mass feeding, mass sheltering, reunification, or reception centers, we're side by side with each other. So our partnership with the American Red Cross is deeply ingrained. But we are trying to develop our Masscare task force, and I think what we're going to have to do is, because the turnout is relatively low, we're probably going to have to use some of your training, the recommended training venues that you've captured in your brief, to create a Masscare task force that's small but able to go to any type of event, Masscare services support event, and be able to deliver that, be it setting up a sheltering site, supporting mass feeding, operating reunification centers, as well as the baseline reception center. And then if it grows into a family assistance center, the Masscare task force is probably going to have to be trained to do all of those.
Yeah, I live in Fairfax City, so talk to your local region people and tell them you want to invite me down to your.
I'll do that, Christine. If I can reach out and get Michael's email,
I put it in the chat.
Oh, did you? My apologies.
At the very beginning.
We do have the RESF 6, the Regional Emergency Support Function meeting here, and this may be a great addition to an upcoming workshop, or just the quarterly meetings that they have. I am sure that everybody will benefit from the knowledge that you've provided to us today.
Because I was looking at a storm going up the Potomac River, and it's going to it would push the river back into the district. So so if you look at the storm, when it hit in Florida, you know, the St. Johns River, it pushes back and floods part of Jacksonville. So that's it's another
that is part of the district's community risk assessment that was just completed last year. 3 months ago, I worked for DCH SEMA as the Deputy Preparedness Planning Chief, and we produced that, and that was the #1 scenario with obviously the most large-scale and catastrophic disaster resulting from the combined effects of the wind and flooding aspects associated with the hurricane. I think we actually used, Christine, we may have used FEMA Region 3's actual scenario, like to develop that for the community risk assessment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was just in DC yesterday for a supply chain workshop, and the scenario really kind of echoed that hurricane up the bay kind of scenario. So everyone loves to play that one out.
So Andrew, my son lives in the district, so I've got a personal interest in helping you out. So
excellent. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the information. And Christine, again, thank you for hosting this.
You're welcome. Thanks, Andrew, for the kind comments. Any other comments, last minute questions before we wrap up the call?
we'll see you all in Shippensburg in a couple of weeks.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us for the final planning meeting of the Keystone 6 National Masscare exercise. Next slide. I'll just start off with some welcome and introductions. My name is David Boucher. I'm the State Exercise Officer for Pennsylvania Emergency Management. I also am working with Devin Heberling and Christine Heiser, who will be doing most of the discussion and explanation of what's going on with the exercise. Hey, just some administrative remarks. The call is being recorded, and materials and the recording are going to be available at that link, and I believe that's also in the chat, so you can just click right on that. Then once this is over, you can go in and check that out. So I think there's also a QR code that you can hit for that. Okay, just to review, trusted agents are individuals on the exercise planning team who are trusted not to reveal the exercise or the scenario. Trusted agents also help develop pre-exercise materials, conduct briefings, and support the training sessions, and participate in the basic exercise. Doesn't mean that the trusted agent will need to be a controller or a player for that. And those agencies who need a trusted agent, DHS will share a trusted agent form with you, and I believe everybody on here is a trusted agent. I saw there's about 20 some folks on. So just to let you know, as we finalize the planning documents and everything, those are just for the trusted agents. Okay, so for the agenda, we did the welcome. We're going to have some planning updates. We'll go over exercise design a little bit, exercise development, and then those action items and next steps. Okay, so for planning updates, the MESL or the master scenario events list and the scenario itself are nearing completion. That's gonna be done shortly, and then they're wrapping up support for the feeding, for establishing the site feeding for the exercise. Pre-exercise trainings are available, and I'll let Devin and Christine go into those further. And then most players should have received the invitation to register for the exercise. Okay, with that, just a brief exercise design overview. So earlier on, we established the objectives and aligned those capabilities. The scenario is being developed in coordination with Public Utility Commission, DHS, and FEMA. The exercise participants were made aware and gathered for that. We're reviewing the exercise documentation, and that's an ongoing process. They're being finalized, and then addressing any local issues or concerns. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christine and Devin.
Devin, that's you. You're on mute. His first time.
Yeah, had a little bit of technical difficulty. So in general, the exercise focus really is the Masscare components of ESF6. Majority of the material that we're going to be addressing will be focusing on feeding operations, sheltering operations, with some reunification and support to the emergency assistance components of ESF6 and Masscare. There will be a VOAG component with the distribution of emergency supplies and evacuation support with some of our long-term care facilities, residential licensed facilities, and working with our partners in some other states to move notionally program folks to those locations. This will be a hybrid process throughout the entire week. The components focusing on the National Masscare exercise will be a tabletop in the process beginning, dealing with the Public Utility Commission as our part of our partners, and we'll transition to not only a tabletop but also a functional exercise, which will actually produce some products such as assessment tools, a multi-agency resource plans to support, so feeding plan, multi-agency feeding, sheltering, and other types of plans that to support county operations. Again, you can click on the link below or use your QR to scan things if need to. Next slide. Our objectives are pretty straightforward. Granted, our number one objective is actually a DHS operated component where we have a disaster response team that is to be established to run a 1,000-person shelter within 6 hours of operation or request. The piece there would be an out-of-sequence event for the National Masscare exercise. That is a full-scale event to address any of our unmet needs or address any of our training requirements and exercise components. The second component here would demonstrate effective interagency resource coordination. As we know, just by the numbers of folks that are currently on this call, there's numerous agencies, organizations, both federal, state, local, county, as well as our voluntary agency partners, as well as other partners outside of the Commonwealth. So the important component here is that we are able to coordinate among each other, identify roles and responsibilities, stay and work within our boundaries, and make sure that we each are able to bring something to the table in order to solve a large-scale event. And our next component, number 3, is to demonstrate the ability of the Masscare task forces. Over the last couple of years, under the leadership of Mike Whitehead from Florida, when he was in Florida, developed the concepts of some of these task forces. And due to some political jurisdictional issues, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has adjusted some of those concepts to try to make it state specific. And we are looking to try to address mass care services for 100,000 people, not only using the planning component, but also leveraging an operational component for coordination of resources and allocation of those resources. Next slide. The Masscare components and capabilities we're looking at are just straightforward there with Masscare services, operational communication, operational coordination, and planning, as well as public information and warning. Some of those will be distributed across different agencies and organizations during the exercise specifically. Next slide. Dave?
All right, it's Dave Boucher again, and we are supporting DHS's National Masscare exercise from FEMA. We're sending folks out there to play along as if it was occurring in real time. We also identified some other objectives we have to do an exercise every year to make sure that our operations are up to date and ready to go. So some of those objectives that we identified, make a federal declaration request from the state declaration to emergency disaster declaration to a major disaster declaration. So that's going to be working through our legal department and recovery directorate. The second thing is testing WIA and EAS through iPause. So WIA is like cell phone messages that you might get for emergencies, and EAS is broadcasted over radio and television. One of the things we want to do is test that while we're at the CRCC or our operations center, and then also as a part of the third objective that we're going to be cooping or conducting a continuity of operations exercise for our watch center and our emergency operations center or CRCC with the assistance of some of the agency representatives. So we're going to be moving to our alternate location and testing everything from there as well. So we are going to deploy our incident management team. So we have a field component to our part of the exercise. And we're going to test our GIS capabilities to capture that common operating picture of what's going on. So we're going to have a part of the exercise that we're kind of doing our own thing. And then we're also supporting the National Masscare exercise, which is the priority for us. Thank you.
The scenario for the exercise has been determined to be a large-scale natural gas outage affecting a good portion of the Commonwealth. This outage will impact communities that are on those distribution lines, to include public and private sectors, schools, restaurants, hotels, long-term care facilities, and grocery stores, as an example. The impacts are going to be across the Commonwealth and will potentially impact some nearby states due to the fact of the way the engineering process works for natural gas. The scenario will result in a Stafford Act declaration at various times throughout the exercise, depending if it's going to be a emergency protective measures type declaration, public assistance, and individual assistance, to include just a general major disaster declaration, as Dave already indicated. And the scenario has been developed by the Public Utility Commission in cooperation with some of their supporting entities to ensure that the realism and the actual scenario is a viable scenario. We wanted to make sure that what was happening was actually something that could potentially impact the Commonwealth, and has been something different than a historical national mass care exercise scenario such as hurricane, earthquake, or tornado. Next slide, please. The exercise participants are continuing to grow. Even though we have many organizations that are lined up, we have a lot of players and personalities who are also continuing to sign up on registration and would like to participate in the activities. I do want to say a special thanks to some of our partners there, to include Cumberland County for willing to host us. As many of you know, the Pennsylvania Constitution establishes the counties as the authority having jurisdiction, and we really wanted to participate with the counties willing to work with us, though there are many. It just happens to be that Shippensburg happened to be in Cumberland County, and it's my alma mater too, so I'm kind of happy about that. Next slide.
I think I'm up now. Thanks, Devin. Thanks, Dave. Christine Heiser here at the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. I'm going to go over some of the more nuts and bolts, logistics, who's doing what, when, and where. So I just wanted to throw up kind of a schedule at a glance. This is still in draft. Slight adjustments are being made, but just wanted to go over some of the key activities that are occurring in the course of the exercise week. So the weekend leading up to the exercise, Saturday, May 18th and Sunday, May 19th, we'll have the Red Cross on site at Shippensburg University. They are conducting their training institute and expecting a number of their volunteers and staff to be on site to participate in that event. So they'll be using a lot of classroom space for that, helping us build some of that capacity and capability, which is great. We're also planning on setting up some of our equipment, moving some logistics items, getting things ready to go. Then Monday morning at 8 a.m., we will be kicking off the shelter exercise. So this is kind of prior to the start of the National Masscare exercise. We will be exercising a Commonwealth managed shelter. So most of what we do here at the state level is support our partners down at the county and municipal level, and the Red Cross does almost all of the sheltering in Pennsylvania. But in that kind of 1% circumstance where we need to open a really big shelter, a Commonwealth managed shelter is kind of our planning process for that. So that's what we're exercising here. I'm working in partnership with the Red Cross. And again, this is also, everything is at Shippensburg University. So we'll be utilizing the recreation center there on campus to set up a congregate shelter. So in the morning, we'll be having some training. We're doing a shelter simulation, and there's some other folks who will be working on site, including the county animal response team. Department of Health will be there doing the medical component. A number of other partners also doing some training, onboarding, that sort of thing in the morning. Then around midday, we'll be bringing in some shelter resident actors, getting them all briefed up. And then in the afternoon, we'll start the actual full-scale exercise and register those folks into the shelter and the dormitory and, get them set up on cots. This shelter is meant to mimic a 1,000-person shelter, but we're expecting probably about 50 actors or so. We are hoping to recruit some folks with kids to exercise the respite childcare component, as well as some individuals with pets to put the cart to work as well. So while we are doing that, the Red Cross will be standing up their disaster relief operation and doing some training for their folks on that Monday. And then we'll kind of wrap up the day with an informal happy hour. Then the National Masscare exercise component is occurring Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, May 21st through 23rd. And I also want to mention that the Public Utility Commission is also conducting an exercise, a tabletop exercise, in conjunction with ours. We're actually, everyone's being briefed out together at the start of the day on Tuesday. So they'll be there on site Tuesday. So play for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is expected 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we will have sign-in and continental breakfast available at 8 a.m. So just for your planning purposes, for anyone who's planning on being there on site. You can see in the purple here on the graphic, the task forces that will be activated. So all 3 days, feeding, sheltering, disability integration, reunification, and household pets will be active. On Wednesday, we will have PADHS licensed facilities task force activated. And then on Thursday, we'll be standing up housing and distribution of emergency supplies. The latter will be in partnership with the Pennsylvania Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, or PAVOAD. So they will be conducting their spring membership meeting from 9 to 11 a.m. And then after that, they'll be taking over the leadership of that distribution of emergency supplies, as well as assisting with some disaster case management items. And on Wednesday evening, we'll be having a kind of a fun and festive dinner event catered by Operation Barbecue Relief. So we're really excited to have a chance to kind of let our hair down a little bit, maybe have some music, some lawn games, have kind of like an outside picnic kind of atmosphere. And we welcome all of our exercise participants to come in and attend that event. Throughout the course of the week, all of our voluntary organization feeding partners are helping us out with meals. So Salvation Army and Southern Baptists are also providing lunches throughout the week. So we're excited for the opportunity to have them on site to exercise. And as part of that evening party, there also will be equipment setups, demonstrations. So participants will have a chance to kind of see some of the toys set up and walk through what's available. So that's kind of a brief overview of like the schedule at a glance. Many of you may have heard from me regarding registration. Registration is open. Most players have been contacted individually by myself. As you saw on the past slide, we have lots of different moving parts, and we want to be really clear about who's expected to be a player and where and which days and which task force, and it's a lot. So thanks for bearing with me. And if I missed you, it was not at all intentional. So if you've not heard from me and you are expecting to be a player on site, please reach out so we can sync up and make sure that we get you registered where you need to be. So by the middle of this month, April 15th, I'm going to go through and we'll see who we've got on which days for which task forces and determine, how many spaces we may have available on the various task forces. And if we have extra space to bring in some additional players, would love to include some additional stakeholders. But thanks for understanding that we do have limited space available on each task force. I wish I could invite anybody and everybody, because trust me, I love working with all of our partners throughout the Commonwealth. So our scope is focused again on those mass care functions that Devin discussed earlier. So we have to kind of choose our participants based on what's going to help us build capacity and capability. I've been getting a lot of questions recently on lodging. Dormitory lodging at the university is unfortunately extremely limited because there's some other activities going on campus throughout this time period. So primarily it's our Red Cross partners who are utilizing that dormitory space, a few other of our ROAD partners, and we're doing the best we can with allocating that. So again, just thanking everybody for their patience. We do have a hotel room block that's available at the Courtyard Shippensburg, which is like right adjacent to campus. Those rooms are available for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday evening with checkout on Thursday. The rate there is $124 a night, which is above the GSA rate, which I believe is $107. So, if you need a justification in order to book above the GSA rate, you can let your powers that be know that there are huge events that are occurring on campus the weekend prior and the weekend after our exercise, and that is making a lot of the local hotels unavailable. So if that helps your justification, feel free to let your folks know about that. And if this hotel block doesn't meet your needs, feel free to book wherever you'd like. There are certainly hotels available in nearby Carlisle or Chambersburg, which is like a 15-mile-ish drive. Also, to help your planning purposes and cost estimating, we will be providing the lunches from our VOAD partners that I mentioned throughout the course of the exercise, as well as continental breakfast. And then again, that dinner will be provided on Wednesday. I mentioned the big events going on campus, and I just want to underscore that the university is expecting on Memorial Day weekend like 20,000 student athletes and spectators for the PIAA track meets. And there's a slightly smaller event the weekend prior, but regardless, there's going to be a large number of student athletes, spectators, perhaps media, VIPs. So we want to make every effort to avoid disrupting any of those events and the preparation for that event. So we're doing everything we can to lessen the burden on university staff. So just want to make you all aware that it's a top priority of ours to make sure we're taking good care of the facilities. So on our team, Travis Woodyard is taking the lead on event logistics for this exercise. So he's also serving as our liaison to Shippensburg University. So I know many of our folks who have heavy, logistics heavy components have already been in contact with Travis. His email's up there. You can also contact me if you need to get a hold of him and you aren't sure how to. He has been handling all of the room assignments, technology needs, including setup of a SharePoint site that's going to enable us to do real-time situational awareness during the exercise. He's been booking all of the wraparound support that our VOAD feeding partners need, and again, that liaison function. So it gives me so much pleasure to say that's a Travis question at this point of the game, because he's doing a bang-up job getting everything set up for us. As far as what's left on our planning timeline, we are scheduling a participant briefing for May 8th, 1 to 2 p.m. That's going to be virtual on Teams. I'm going to share a link to register for that at a later time with everyone who's officially registered. So you don't need to take any action other than to save the date if you're planning to be an exercise participant. We also have scheduled the combined controller evaluator briefing. That will be May the 15th from 1 to 3 p.m. Also virtual on Teams. Same thing. I'm going to see everybody who's registered. assign the controllers, evaluators, and then I will send you a link to register for that to get the call-in information. So save the date for that. Of course, the actual exercise is occurring the week of May 20th. And then we're expecting the draft after action report that our friends at FEMA National Exercise Division will be working on for us sometime in June. A meeting to kind of go over that, deconflict, develop the improvement plan sometime in July, and then having the finalized after action report and improvement plan sometime in September. So looking forward to using this exercise as a chance to see where the gaps are and kind of develop a plan to inform our work in the coming years. Dave mentioned that we have some pre-exercise training opportunities. Really excited about these to offer a value add to everyone here. And you can feel free to share these opportunities with your partners as well. And I'll drop the links in the chat here once I'm done speaking. But I have 2 webinars coming up. The first one is on Friday, April the 26th at 1 o'clock. This will be virtual on Teams. We are pleased to have Mike Whitehead from the American Red Cross give an overview of a brand new tool that just launched on the National Masscare Strategy on use of Masscare task forces. So he's going to talk about how the task forces can help drive some of those planning assumptions for Masscare. Then the next one is on Friday, May the 3rd, also at 1 o'clock. We have a couple of folks from UGI, which is one of our natural gas distribution companies in Pennsylvania, that will be doing like an awareness level overview on natural gas distribution. So call it Natural Gas 101. So we can learn a little more background information, which will hopefully enable us to jump into the scenario information and think about what some of those downstream effects will be if there's a disruption in natural gas. So I invite you to attend either of those. And then I also wanted to highlight a course that's upcoming. You may already have this information in your email if you're on our distribution list, but this is MGT 487, Masscare Shelter and Relocation Coordination. Big shout out to Michelle and Mike at Cumberland County Department of Public Safety for hosting this course for us. It will be held on Tuesday, May the 16th. That's a full day course, 9 to 5. This is a hybrid in-person Zoom. So if you are within the 9-county South Central Task Force area, it's expected that you'll participate in person at Cumberland County Department of Public Safety in Carlisle. And if you are outside of that area, you can participate in Zoom. We've had a huge response to this course, so they actually added additional seats to accommodate other folks who wanted to attend virtually. And these are all open to people in state, out of state, anybody and everybody, Masscare or emergency managers who are looking to improve their planning for Masscare. So again, I'll get the links for you in the chat here shortly. So action items, we do have some work yet to do on finalizing our logistics, getting that schedule hammered out, the staffing, assigning everybody to their positions, finishing up the documentation. Again, thank you to FEMA National Exercise Division. They've been helping us behind the scenes with a lot of that documentation. And then for you guys, want to make sure we get everybody registered by April 15th if you'll be participating on site. And then once you're registered, please be on the lookout for communication regarding your assigned role. Again, a lot of moving parts, a lot of task forces, so we want to make sure we get everybody where they need to be. We'll also be sharing information about where you're to report, when you're to report, where to park. And then again, I'll also be sending those invitations to the participant briefing and the controller evaluator briefing if you're filling one of those roles. So that concludes my portion here, and I saw some things come in the chat here, so let's take a look. Are any of the MISO elements for the National Masscare exercise being exercised during Monday's shelter full-scale exercise? So the measles for the Monday shelter exercise and the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday National Masscare exercise are separate, but some of the items that we're addressing will be at both, but kind of a different scope and scale. So like one shelter is going to see different needs than a sheltering task force, which is looking at the overall response, dozens of shelters, perhaps thousands of people. So hopefully that addresses your question, Mike. Mike Whitehead asked for the link for players to register for the exercise. I'm still disseminating that individually, so please forgive me for my death grip on the control of that registration link, but if you need it, please email me and I'll ensure that you have it. And just to note that the American Red Cross is doing their own separate registration. So if you are a Red Cross player and you've been assigned to the DRO or you're involved in the training over the weekend, please register using that Red Cross link only. And then if we have any duplicates, we'll deconflict once we have everybody signed up. And then did I mess up the date on the MGT 487? Thursday, May 16th. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a Tuesday, it's a Thursday. Thanks for that correction, Britton. So that's all the questions I see in the chat right now. Devin, Dave, Britton, anything you guys wanted to chime in?
Nope, I think we hit our objectives. If there's any questions, feel free to ask us.
Did you have anything additional?
No, we're good from the FEMA side of things.
There is one question in the chat.
Thanks. I see a question from Dan. Will there be provision for hospital patients who will be without food, no gas, no hot meals? That's a good question. So a lot of the stuff related to hospitals is heavy in the emergency support function 8 public health side. But if we're talking about there's a need for food at a hospital and they're not able to get meals from their normal locations, that's a great question. And that could certainly come up to the feeding task force via our agency representative with the Pennsylvania Department of Health. So potentially, we'll see, Dan. Another inject to add to the measle, maybe. If anybody wants to voice a question, you can feel free to raise your hand. If there's something else you want to put in the chat, kind of now's the time. I have a question from Ben. Do we have any neighboring state VOAD folks participating in one way or another? I don't know that we do. Is Nick Stoops on the call? Nick Stoops is our FEMA Val. I don't know if you had invited any contiguous state VOADs. We
Hey,
are
Christine, I'm here.
Hey, do you have any neighboring state VOADs expected to participate?
I'm not aware at the moment. We have invited a few on a number of our regional calls the past few months, but I will have a check-in with them actually in the next couple of days, so I can take a roster and see who's coming.
Okay, yep, and we'll just sync up and make sure we have a role for those folks so they know where they would fit in.
Yeah.
Alan Clark from Crawford County asked if there'll be any exercises or involvement in the Northwest Pennsylvania counties. He heard the Red Cross may be setting up feeding operations in the Corey area. So the Red Cross is setting up, I think, 6 or 7 demonstration shelters. I don't have the locations of those. If anybody from the Red Cross does and wants to voice them or put them in the chat, that would be great. And I haven't heard of anything feeding operations. Can anyone from the Red Cross address Alan's question?
I'm sorry, please repeat the question.
Hey, Bill. Alan Clark from Crawford is asking about involvement in the Northwest Pennsylvania area. Are there demonstration shelters scheduled to be set up there? And is there a feeding operation in the Corey area?
As far as I know, yes to the first, no to the second. However, I can follow up on that just to be sure. What we're doing is twice a year, we're supposed to run shelter drills. So we're doing our spring shelter drills in conjunction with this exercise.
Dan asks, are broadcasters participants in this exercise in terms of disseminating information to the public? No, that would be simulated, but some of the public information components are certainly a portion of this exercise. So if we're setting up feeding sites or distribution of emergency supply sites, I would expect part of the operational plan that the task forces would develop would be how they would disseminate that information to the whole community. So broadcasters may certainly be part of that, but they are not actually players in the exercise. So we'll simulate that. Any other questions anybody wants to voice or put in the chat? All right, so I'm going to stop the recording.
As well as shared on our Keystone 6 National Masscare Exercise SharePoint site. So give me just a second. I'm going to start that recording. Okay. Now you should see for the title slide on the computer there. So during this briefing, we're going to be discussing just give a brief overview of the entire exercise. We're going to talk about the task force activation procedures, discuss their concept of operations, review the org chart for the exercise, as well as talk about the roles and responsibilities of the various leadership positions within the task force concept, specifically task force leaders and planners. We are also going to be sharing some information about the Keystone 6 SharePoint site and how we'll be using that. And I'll be giving you some additional references here at the end of the presentation. If you have questions throughout the presentation, please just drop them in the chat. We'll answer those at the end of the presentation today. All right, I am going to turn off my camera because I'm working from home today and my internet connection gets a little bit slow if I have too many things running at the same time. So I'll be jumping back on here in a minute. All right, so first thing that we're going to be discussing here today is the exercise objectives. Some of you may have seen these before. These have not really changed since the beginning of the planning process for the exercise. We will be establishing a Commonwealth managed shelter, preparing for 1,000 shelter residents within 6 hours of the decision to open. We will demonstrate the effective interagency resource coordination and resource deployment. And our third objective is to demonstrate the ability of our mass care task forces to coordinate and execute mass care services. That's what the last two are going to be the primary focus of day Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of the National Mass Care exercise. We will be establishing the Commonwealth Managed Shelter on Monday, and I know some of you will be at Shippensburg University for that as well. Exercise assumptions. If you've ever participated in exercise, you're familiar with these. This is a low stress, no fault environment. The exercise scenario is plausible and the events can occur as if they are actually presented. We have taken great pains into making sure that this is a realistic and plausible scenario. The exercise simulation contains sufficient detail to allow players to react to the information. And lastly, participating agencies may need to balance real world activities. There'll be more about the exercise assumptions when we discuss the participant briefing in a few weeks. Basic exercise logistics. The majority of exercise activities for the National Mass Care exercise will take place at the Cub building, Shippensburg University. I apologize, the map is a little bit small on here, but I'll bring up the full bigger map here in a second. Parking is a little disjointed. Because of other activities taking place on the Shippensburg campus that week, we had to move parking the May 23rd date to a different lot. Majority of the parking lot will be in C7. Parking on May 23rd will be in G1. Of course, there will be signs posted and staff available directing traffic throughout the week. We will also have a phone number that people can call if they get lost on campus, if they need to. I'm just going to drop this over real quick. This is a map of Shippensburg University. It is available online on their website if you want to if you want to take a closer look. This is the Cub building here, the Anthony F. Sadia building, referred to as the Cub. Most of the activities during the exercise, the task force play, will take place on the second floor of the Cub building. This is the C7 parking lot. This is the main parking lot for the first 2 days. And then G1 is the other parking lot. It looks pretty far, but everything is within walking distance of the Cub building. There will also be transportation for individuals with access and functional needs available. Schedule. As I said, day 1 of the exercise, May 20th, will be the full-scale sheltering exercise. It's full-scale exercise of a Commonwealth managed shelter. That will also be taking place at Shippensburg University. It will be taking place at the Shipwreck building. More information about that will be discussed with exercise participants at a later date. Majority of the National Masscare exercise will take place Tuesday to Thursday, the 21st to 23rd in that Cub building. Day 1, day 2, and day 3, we will be exercising the feeding task force, sheltering task force, disabilities integration task force, household pets task force, and reunification task force. During day 1 of the exercise, during that May 21st, the Public Utilities Commission will also be conducting an exercise simultaneously. That exercise will end by the end the first day. Day 2, again, we'll be exercising those same basic, the primary Masscare task forces, as well as a licensed facilities task force. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the licensed facilities task force on this presentation because it is a internal to DHS task force, a little bit different from the Masscare task forces. And then day 3, we'll be conducting a distribution of emergency supplies task force and a housing task force. The housing task force will focus mainly on that transitional period from immediate sheltering from a Commonwealth managed shelter into longer term sheltering. Check-in begins daily at 8 a.m. The first brief will start promptly at 9 a.m. each day. This is our organizational chart for our exercise. The response and recovery manager will be overseeing the Masscare coordinator, the emergency assistance coordinator, and the disaster mental health and human services coordinator. The task forces are listed below, and these are operational planning task forces, hence the reason why they're red and blue. We'll be talking a little bit more about that in a minute. The Masscare coordinator will oversee the feeding, sheltering, and distribution of emergency supplies task force, as well as the household pets and housing task force. The first 3 here, I should note, are in no particular order. They're the standard standing Masscare task forces. The household pets and the housing task force in the future will not reside underneath the coordination of the Masscare coordinator. They will actually be underneath the emergency assistance coordinator. The emergency assistance coordinator will also coordinate the disabilities integration task force. Some of you may be wondering where this position came from. This is the former disabilities integration position. We just simply changed the name to be more in line with what we do. So the disabilities integration coordinator / emergency assistance coordinator will be in charge of the disabilities integration task force, as well as the household pets and housing task force in the future. But for this exercise, just the disabilities integration. And then we have the reunification task force, which will lie underneath the disaster mental health and human services coordinator. Another thing that I should mention that is not on this chart is that if we should have to open up as part of exercise play a Commonwealth managed shelter or a series of Commonwealth managed shelters, they will be under the supervision of the Masscare coordinator. And that is actually one of our goals of the exercise, to figure that out. Supporting the Masscare coordinator is the FEMA Masscare specialist, and supporting the response and recovery manager is the FEMA Masscare specialist supervisor. So what are Masscare task forces? So Pennsylvania Masscare Masscare task forces. They are activated under the direct control of, or they're activated under the Commonwealth Emergency Operations Plan, or they are activated at the request of a local jurisdiction, a county, when all local resources, including that of the VOAD or non-governmental organizations, are exceeded and a formal request is made. So it's very similar to the activation of a Commonwealth managed shelter. There needs to be a resource request put in, or it needs to be under the direction of the Commonwealth Operations Plan. It's important to note that in Pennsylvania, the county governments, we are a true Commonwealth, so the county government has the ultimate authority, and they are the authority having jurisdiction. Operational, our task force, as I said, are operational planning task forces. If you're familiar with the National Masscare Strategy, there was recently a document that was produced that describes the different types of task forces. Our operational planning task forces fall under the sort of the hybrid model, where we are addressing the current resource needs as well as trying to develop plans and determining future needs and recommending possible implementation strategies for future operations. In Pennsylvania, they are led by the lead agency representative or designee, with typically that designee is within the Division of Emergency Planning and Safety Operations. It's typically the Masscare coordinator, the Disaster Mental Health and Human Services coordinator, or Disabilities Integration coordinator / the new Emergency Assistance coordinator. Their responsibilities to identify equipment, resources, including staffing, and set priorities for their use. If needed, they assist the jurisdiction having authority or the county and VOAD or non-governmental partners with addressing immediate need for Masscare activities. They are to focus on planning for the 72 to 48-hour time period. So that's the requirements for the next 3 days and the next 4 days up to the next couple of weeks. They represent organizations and agencies that are able to commit resources to support operations. And during this exercise, we have asked that the represented organizations and agencies only commit resources that they are known and are available. So if at time of the exercise, they only have a commodity of capability of supporting 500 individuals, we want them to play as if they only have that capability of supporting 500 individuals. We want to maintain a realistic exercise as possible. The other responsibilities of the Masscare task forces are to coordinate with other Masscare task forces to ensure that the needs of the impacted community are adequately addressed. This is something that is addressed in every Masscare, National Masscare exercise. It's the idea that that each task force should not operate in a silo, and that we should at some point integrate to make sure that we are providing the best, most efficient use of resources and to serve the community. The task force also coordinates requests for Commonwealth resources, monitors and assess emergency needs and community recovery. Now, this is probably the section that most of us are interested in. What will each of the major roles within the task force leadership be doing? The task force leader or deputy task force leader. These are typically, as I said, the lead agency's designee. In this case, there will be, we have already identified those partners. They are available on the 205, which we'll show you here in a few minutes. Your primary responsibilities are to coordinate and lead the task force, whatever task force you're assigned to. Facilitate task force planning for current and anticipated needs. Again, looking at that 72 to 96-hour time period and then projecting what's going to happen in a few weeks. Providing support and recommendations to the PADHS Masscare coordinator. Serve as liaison between emergency management, including county emergency management, VOADs, NGOs, and community partners. And then we would also encourage the task force leaders specific to this exercise to allow inter-task force integration, meaning the disabilities integration task force, for example, we expect them to meet but then disperse and go and support the other task forces as needed to make sure individuals with access and functional needs, their needs are being met in those task forces. There will also be task force operations leader sync meetings throughout the exercise play, which we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And there will also be, we also encourage the task force leaders to ask partners to give brief overviews of what their capabilities are. This is especially important for task force members that may be new to the task force concept in Pennsylvania. We want this to be as an educational experience for everyone as possible. So we thought that if there's an opportunity to provide teachable moments, that we encourage the task force leaders to do that. Supporting the task force leader is the task force planner. These are individuals that are typically responsible for corresponding with task force members regarding meeting times and locations and agendas. Fortunately for us, most of that coordination has already been taken place. The planner will document and record minutes from all meetings. You will maintain the task force SharePoint site. You complete daily situation reports. You will assemble a multi-agency support plan. And lastly, you're not in it alone. We do have multiple planners assigned to each of the task forces to give support. Task force partners, this is pretty much everybody else within the task force. These are the VOAD members, the non-governmental organization members, the nonprofit and private sector partners. These are the individuals that are the doers of the group, right? They're local. They're the ones with the local boots on the ground. There may be counties in addition playing on the task forces. Actually, there will be counties playing in the task forces. We'll talk about more of that in the next slide. And there are federal partners. We ask that, of course, you can participate in planning. We ask that you coordinate all your activities through FEMA by the DHS agency representative prior to the official submission of federal resource requests. This policy is, standard policy that we operate. We ask that you don't deploy resources to the field without coordinating those through FEMA and the DHS agency representative that's assigned to the exercise. This is mainly to ensure that there is a common operating picture throughout the exercise, so everybody, obviously can see what's going on. Other organizations that may be present, obvious counties having jurisdiction. They will be assigned to various roles throughout the exercise. Some will be players, some will be controllers, some will be evaluators, some will be participating in the sim cell. It's very important for us to get feedback from the people that we serve the most. So we want to have those county emergency managers integrated into the process as much as possible. Those counties that are represented come from a variety of jurisdictions. As you can see there, there's some from rural, urban, and everything in between. We'll be providing feedback to everyone. And I want to stress again that it's the counties in Pennsylvania, it's the counties that have the jurisdiction, the final say in what happens within their location. We are to support those operations and support their wishes. The Commonwealth Response and Coordination Center will be on site in the sim cell. The incident support manager and FEMA logistics specifically will be there. There will be Red Cross available for any questions that you may have. There are DRO area leads. There are headquarters representatives on site, and at least one in each supporting each task force. We're very fortunate that the Red Cross is actually participating, having their disaster relief operations group exercise in a neighboring building the same time the National Masscare exercise is. So we do intend to integrate those two pieces, the DRO with the Masscare piece. Agency representatives from Department of Agriculture, General Services, Health, PA VOAD, Public Utilities Commission, and FEMA will be available if you have any questions. As I said, we'll be using SharePoint as our main means of communicating information and conveying information about the exercise. So we ask that all participants bring a laptop or a tablet. It can be done on a phone, but it would probably be easier if you had a laptop or a tablet. Wi-Fi will be available by the university, and we'll brief everyone the day of the exercise or prior to the exercise on how to log on to that. The National Masscare Point website. I want to take us away from this for just a minute and pull this up. This is a Masscare website. This is a website that's different from the Commonwealth Masscare website. This is a SharePoint site that exercise participants will have access to. And this is where all the information about the exercise will be tracked and conveyed to participants and players. I want to start off, this is the landing page, obviously. Couple of things that I want to point out here is that there is a document library. This document library is the repository for all of our plans, task force CONOPS, different references, reference materials such as the ESF6 plan, the Emergency Operations Framework for Masscare, the Masscare Playbook, Commonwealth Emergency Operations Plan is where those documents reside. The second piece is instead of using Web EOC to track information, that piece is not one of the exercise objectives. Using the resource request process, tracking on using Web EOC is not a part of directly a part of this exercise. Although they're important pieces to understand, they're not something that we're assessing in this exercise. So we're deviating a little bit from that. We have created separate processes for tracking and conveying that information. So you'll see the next section down here, we have how to submit requests for information and resource requests, significant events, and significant events from the SimCell. To make things easy, we've also created a series of boards that can be displayed here as well. So if you have a resource request or request for information, and please use this tool to get any piece of information you want from the SimCell or from other task forces. If you want to know what the population of a specific jurisdiction is, if you want to know what the capability of a particular agency is, whether that's state, federal, or local, please use the resource request and RFI process. It's very simple. It's very intuitive. We've taken a lot of time to make it as simple as possible. Name, organization, phone number, email in case we need to come back with any questions, what task force or what operation what activity you are trying to get information from, the type of request, and then there is a space in there where you can actually write a description and submit the request to the appropriate task force or agency representative. And they will be able to directly respond to your request. Everybody will have access to this, so everybody will be able to see what's being asked and the answer. Same thing goes for the significant events boards. You just enter the information in, and you will be able to post an event to the significant events board, and then on this main screen, there will be a running list of all the activities, of all the significant events, all the resource requests. So again, everybody has the same visibility. As you can see, there's also a section here for activities. This section will be filled out. We're not quite there yet. All right, let me escape that and go back to the presentation. I talked a little bit about the resource request, the significant events, and the request for information. We also showed you the document library. Injects for the exercise. They will be distributed through SharePoint and over email or in person. Most likely they'll be shared over SharePoint, so the task force planner should have that up all the time, making sure that they're monitoring that closely. We will also have a Teams channel open for miscellaneous announcements, things like, hey, Feeding Task Force, you have a resource request from Disabilities Integration. Those types of messages will be conveyed just over Teams, or if there's a message that we need to get out to everybody quickly, we can use Teams as one of those means for conveying information. So, work products. We are asking each of the task forces to complete specific items throughout the exercise. First thing we would like to do is for the task forces to identify the acting task force leader, an acting task force leader or a deputy task force leader. We have identified the primary person for each of the task forces, but we would really like the task forces themselves to identify an additional person, because there's going to be times when the lead task force person, coordinator, is tied up with meetings, with phone calls. Maybe there's a real world activity that they need to address for whatever reason. There may be times when the acting task force leader will have to step in and just make sure things are moving along. We were originally thinking that the task force planners could do that, but realized after this presentation they already have a lot on their plate. So we want to make sure we have somebody else within that group that can keep things moving in case that task force leader needs to step out. We are asking that each of the task forces complete an ICS 209 short, and that's just a situation report each day, and have that completed by 4 p.m. so it can be shared with other task forces. If you've worked in emergency management, you're familiar with that process. It's just basically a summary of the activities that you have conducted so far for that day, for that time period, for that operational period. There will be a task force leader op sync meeting each day at 3 o'clock. By the end of the first day being Tuesday, we expect that each task force completes a Masscare assessment tool. This is basically a needs assessment based on the current operating conditions. We ask that each of the task forces have that completed by the end of the first day, and there'll be some more information about that during the first day of exercise play. On Wednesday, there will be a virtual call. Some of our partners cannot make it to the exercise in person, so we are giving them the opportunity to provide input via a virtual call. That will take place sometime Tuesday afternoon. We want to give everybody the opportunity to give input, so there'll be that opportunity for those that can't attend in person. The main work product we would like to see come from this exercise is a multi-agency support plan. That will be due Thursday, the final day of the exercise, by 1 p.m. That is the main goal of the exercise, if you recall, is to assess the interoperational coordination and make sure that we're efficiently using those resources. So this last one here, the multi-agency support plan, is very important to us, and this is what we're going to be basing the success of partially basing the success of the exercise on. Some additional information. Please only use reliable data, encourage the use of only reliable data from reputable sources whenever we are developing these plans and we're having these discussions in the task forces. Any policy issue will be addressed at the policy level with county commissioners and Commonwealth leadership in the SIM cell. So if you do have a question about a policy issue, please put it in a request for more information it'll be pushed up to the sim cell where it will be discussed. Exercise play will, this is a little bit different from other National Masscare exercises if you've been a part of those. Exercise play will not be paused for lunch breaks. We will be working throughout the day on the exercise. There will be times for lunch, and lunch will be provided throughout the exercise by some of our VOAD partners. We will be releasing each of the task forces at different times to make sure we can process through lunch lines quickly and efficiently. And lastly, as a part of every exercise controllers will be assigned to each task force, and they will be addressing any task force related needs, or any exercise related needs, I should say. There will be several educational opportunities available throughout the exercise play and prior to the exercise. As task force leaders and as task force planners, please encourage that participants, if they want to, please allow participants, if they want to attend any of these educational opportunities from other task forces, to do so. There will be presentations during the reunification task force from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The feeding task force will have a presentation from the USDA Food and Nutritional Services, and there will also be a presentation from the National Transportation Safety Board during the reunification task force. Again, those are part of exercise play. They're going to be going on throughout the day, Wednesdays and Thursdays. So please allow your task force members to participate in those as they need. They're not required, but it would be a nice opportunity for them to participate. There is also, prior to the exercise, a little out of sequence, a Natural Gas Disruption 101 webinar that is this Friday at 1 o'clock. 2 weeks from tomorrow, or a week from tomorrow, I should say, we are conducting an in-person and virtual class of 487 Masscare Shelter and Relocation Coordination. That is in Chambersburg. I believe registration is still open for that, and you can get registration. You can register for that on PA Train. If you can't, let me know, and we'll work you in somehow. As I said, there's some additional resources that you may be interested in learning more about Masscare in Pennsylvania beyond what is available on our Masscare website. We have the Masscare framework that is available. I showed you where that is on the SharePoint site. It is also available via link right here. The Task Force Operations ConOps, those will be available on the SharePoint site. I just didn't have time before the presentation to get those uploaded to the site, but they'll be on there before the end of the week. So once you get this presentation, you can click on that and it'll take you right to where those documents are located. So you can learn more about the specific task force that you're going to be leading and working with. Of course, we do have the PADHS Masscare website. If you're not familiar with that, just Google Masscare in PA. It brings that right up that website. And of course, we do have the Masscare playbook, which was developed in partnership with FEMA and PEMA, but primarily FEMA. We're on the second version of that. We're hoping to use part of the lessons learned from the National Masscare exercise to update the playbook as well. This is just a reminder that the participant briefing is Wednesday, a week from today at 1 o'clock. This is my contact information here. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me about this presentation or anything about the National Masscare exercise or the Commonwealth Managed Sheltering exercise on day 1. Just shoot me an email. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. You can also email the Masscare coordinator, Christine Heiser. As many of you know, she has taken a lead in planning much of the exercise. And Devin Heberlig is our other lead planner for this exercise, and he can answer any questions you have as well. So, what questions do you have? I do see from the chat that 487 is being offered. Thank you, Christine. 487 is offered hybrid and virtual in person, and is open to out-of-state partners. Sorry, having a little trouble speaking. I do see a couple of hands raised too as well. Let me. I can't see who they are at the moment. The first one I see is the IAEM Access and Whole Community Inclusion Caucus. Do you have a question?
Yeah, this is Sadie Martinez, actually. I can only get into this meeting as my caucus one. I'm not able to access any of your SharePoint or any of the materials that are in there, including the slides, because here at DHSEM, where I'm at, here in Colorado Office of Emergency Management, our information, we're not able to access, we don't have an account that I could go into in Microsoft to be able to go to your SharePoint or any of this information. So is there a different way that I can access
those issues offline with the SharePoint?
Say that again?
We'll work through the access issues with the SharePoint offline.
For some reason, you are blurry. Let me look. Work through the. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Christine?
Thanks, Burton. Great briefing. I just wanted to emphasize a few points. It's a top priority of ours to make sure that we're keeping everybody busy. We're having like 200 to 250 people plus on site every day. So there's a lot of stakeholders. We are trusting you with our most important relationships with those task force stakeholders and new stakeholders that we've just been able to onboard and bring into the fold. So this is really an important opportunity for us and for you as ambassadors for our Pennsylvania task forces, and also will help us build capacity for nationwide mass care response. We have a lot of really a star-studded cast of task force stakeholders coming in. I think you'll find that you'll be able to make new contacts that may assist you in your own programs at home. So anything you can do to submit copious RFIs, to get information, to keep everybody rolling. We'll be briefing the controllers out soon to make sure that they're letting us know if you need more information, if you need more injects, all that sort of stuff. We have a lot of contingency injects in our back pockets too. So let's also utilize those subject matter experts. Britton mentioned getting folks to report out on what resources their agency offers. Even if you take a brief tactical pause on the exercise, if it's a resource that's not specifically relevant to our scenario, we want to make this a value add for everybody. So please encourage those discussions and encourage the stakeholders to share that important information with the entire task force. If you are identifying stakeholders that have not been included on the task force, maybe we don't have the relationship or they couldn't be on site. Britton mentioned we have virtual calls scheduled on Wednesday afternoon that we can kind of correct that in real time. So you can, I'll make sure to get you guys on those Teams invites, and then you'll be able to share them with any partners that you want to add, in real time during the exercise. And just one note, the feeding task force, that virtual call is limited to private sector partners. I'll be assisting in the facilitation of that one in partnership with FEMA's business EOC. So that one's a little different in that it's only private sector partners, but feeding is the most well-attended task force. So I think you'll have enough partners in your corner to accomplish your mission. That's my hope anyway. Any additional resources that you're identifying that we have not institutionalized in our mass care playbook, get that documented somewhere, anywhere. So as part of the AAR process, we can get that updated. I want to make that, really the go-to reference as far as what resources we have available at the local, state, and federal level across mass care functional areas. Also want to encourage you to send any of your task force members to the other task forces for cross-pollination purposes. They're your staff, your grown-ups. You can decide who needs to be where and when. if you need to have a breakout meeting, we'll have at least one breakout meeting room available, and we can always find a nook or cranny somewhere too. We have basically use of the entire union building, so we'll be able to find a spot for any of that breakout meeting that needs to happen. Also would love to see if you have any training needs, or if there's useful webinar topics things we can cover after the exercise. Would love to hear about those as well, so get that stuff documented somewhere so we can make sure to follow up on that, and I can continue this accidental webinar series that we started. So that's enough out of me. And like I said, we'll work through the access issues. Can you tell me in the chat, anybody who has been able to get into the SharePoint? That would be useful information to me, because I did issue some invites prior to this meeting. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Christine. And that reminded me, one thing I did not mention when we were talking about the SharePoint website is that there is a parking lot. So a parking lot folder, and that would be a great place to capture some of those pieces of information that don't necessarily fit into to one of those other buckets. Those things like partner capacity or partners that we may have missed, training opportunities, and those sorts of things. We can show that again here during whenever we do the briefing, first day of the exercise. So I see Philip, you have your hand up. What can we do for you today?
Hello, everyone. This is PJ. You call me Philip. I'm not used to that. I go by PJ. So I just have a few questions for you. So who currently is the disability coordinator, the emergency assistant coordinator? I know it used to be the disability integration coordinator, but who is that currently identified?
So
and then once that's answered, I have a second question.
Sure. So we are currently in the process of hiring an emergency assistance coordinator. We ran into some problems with the hiring process, and we will not have that position, the formal position, filled for this exercise. If there are any questions, or if anybody needs any additional assistance, we do have a task force lead already identified that will be coordinating the task force activities for us, and a planner. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My second question is, I remember we did this exercise a while back, I think in 2017 or 2016-ish, and we did invite some of the other Region 3 state disability integration coordinators, I think Maryland, Delaware. I'm not sure if you all are inviting other individuals. Like there's a new disability integration coordinator in Delaware. So I just wanted to throw that out there as an idea. And
Is that
DC has a
Laura?
new disability integration.
Is that Laura for Delaware, PJ?
Christine, it's Maria. I'm going to answer you. Yes,
No,
that
not
is.
Delaware. I apologize. DC has a new disability integration coordinator.
Yeah, you can definitely invite that individual.
It's Rosemary McDonald.
Okay, actually, I think I issued an invitation to Rosemary. That's ringing the bell.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to overstep.
No, absolutely, great question. We're happy to include those folks. I think we've hit them all already. I know I issued the invitation to Maryland, and I think Rosemary too.
Did you get Maryland?
Yeah, I invited Cecilia, unless it's somebody else.
Okay, so let me know if you don't hear back from them, and I will reach out to them.
Well, Cecilia has not registered, and Rosemary has not registered.
Okay, all right. I'll follow up with the two of them within the next week. That's it for me. Thank you.
Nope. Thank you. And Adam, I see you have your raised hand. Your hand raised.
Yeah, I was just looking for some clarification for like the ICS 209 short briefs and the different reports that you're looking for from the task forces. You're just looking for those on the days that the task force is operational, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure. And I see in the chat, that Mr. Kaplan has a question as well. And his question is, do you have a specific format for the sit rep or the 209? Yes, and that will be provided the day of the exercise. All right, are there any other questions? All right. Well, if there are any questions, or if you're like me and tomorrow morning when you're getting ready for the day and you suddenly are thinking about what's ahead of you and you have a random question about the exercise pops into your brain, go ahead and drop us a line. You have my email address, you have Christine's email address, you have Devin's email address. So please, please let us know if you do have any questions. Please just shoot us a line. Thank you very much, everyone, for agreeing to be a task force leader or planner or participating in the National Masscare exercise. We'll be talking with you again at a minimum next week whenever we have our participant briefing. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christine Heiser. I'm with the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. Thanks so much for joining us for this webinar. We are talking natural gas distribution, so we are very pleased to have some experts in the field to provide us an awareness level overview in preparation for the upcoming National Masscare exercise. So I can talk a little bit more about the exercise once we're all done with the presentation, but I want to make sure that we have time for this valuable information and any questions that you may have. So this webinar is being recorded. I will be sharing the presentation. Guys, are you able to share the slides afterwards as well?
Sure.
Great. Yeah, I'll also upload the slides so you can have a copy of those. So if you have to pop off, no big deal. You can access those materials later on as well. So without further ado, I'm going to pass things over to our experts. So take it away, Steve and Dave.
Wow, at the experts. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steve Cook. I'm with UGI Utilities. I'm the Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs. I've been with UGI for 36 years and pretty much been through most departments, so have a good overall knowledge of natural gas in UGI. But the true technical expert, Dan Hegel, will be joining me today. He's our Director of Pipeline Safety and Management System. So first, I'd like to extend a special thanks to Christine and from the PA Department of Human Services and Derek Rule from the PA PUC. Thank you, folks, for really giving Dan and I this opportunity. We really do appreciate the opportunity to discuss the basics of natural gas. And hopefully you'll have a better understanding of the natural gas supply chain and how disruptions may prompt the need for mass care services. So we laid out an agenda here today. Truly, we're asking for questions throughout the presentation. We're really here to answer your questions. Dan and I, we live this every day. So we live and breathe this stuff. So it all seems natural to us. No pun intended. But simply, like, we don't know what you don't know, right? So please let us know when you have a question. These slides are designed to really lead a conversation in natural gas. And even if you have some type of tangential question, you think maybe it doesn't apply, don't feel afraid to ask. Okay, so the agenda for today. Natural gas distribution company, I'll go through that, who we are, UGI, and who our customers are. Some properties of natural gas, the basics. Dan will cover the transmission and distribution system, the restoration of gas service, an important part of it, and then, of course, communications during an event. So, Dan, if you wouldn't mind, thank you. So here's just a general overview of the natural gas industry, and really what I'm trying to convey here is just the popularity of natural gas. So the U.S. natural gas industry had 275 million miles of pipeline. That's a lot of pipeline out there, folks. This includes distribution, services, transmission, and gathering lines. And this is 2022 data, so we've actually added a lot more piping since then. Over the past 3 years, natural gas utilities have have added on average like 750,000 customers annually. About 60%, and you're going to see maybe 61% of the US homes use natural gas for some type of end use. Now, that translates out to one new customer every minute across the United States, 80 businesses each day. At UGI, we had one customer every 45 minutes, not quite every minute, but every 45 minutes. And that's every 45 minutes, every day, 365. So again, just showing you like we continue to add customers. Moving on. This gives you a general idea. This shows the majority of the households use natural gas in 2022 or 2020. Now, what's interesting about this is it shows 61% of US households use natural gas. But remember, that's only where natural gas is available, and it's not available everywhere. So when you think about it, you know, because we're not bottled propane or in a vessel like oil, you know, or electricity, which serves everyone, you know, where we are, we have even higher concentrations of natural gas. So I'm saying this so that in outage events, the majority of homes along our gas distribution systems use natural gas. All right, Dan, next slide. So what I'm not going to try to, what I'm going to try not to do today is use a lot of acronyms, okay? But I have to use one because this is something you'll hear fairly often. It's NGDC, and that stands for Natural Gas Distribution Company. So in an event, you'll hear this, you know, Derek, our friends at the PUC use this term a lot, and it really is it represents a state-regulated natural gas utility which owns the gas lines and equipment necessary to deliver natural gas. So when I say regulated, that means the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission regulates us, UGI, as well as 20 other natural gas utilities in the state of Pennsylvania. So they oversee us, they make sure we're doing all the proper things, and we report back into the Public Utility Commission. Now, what's also interesting is, oh, you got ahead of me, Dan. What's also interesting is that as an NGDC, we have specific service territories. So we apply for certificates of conveyance, which means we ask the Public Utility Commission, can we serve a municipality? And why that's important is, while it's predominantly the case, it's not always the case, but it's predominantly the case, one natural gas company serves each municipality. So what you don't have is multiple gas lines running throughout an area. So in the case of an event, generally you're dealing with one natural gas company. If it's a very large, it could cross territories, but it's well known the territory. So you'll be working with one or multiple companies, but it's clearly defined. All right, next slide, Dan. So about UGI. UGI, we operate a natural gas utility with approximately 12,000 miles of natural gas pipelines. We serve 684 residential, businesses, and industrial customers, mostly in Pennsylvania and one county in Maryland. We have an EDC, electric distribution company, another acronym out there for you. But we serve 62,000 electric customers in Pennsylvania through 2,600 miles of electric lines. And you can see in the last slide, no need to go back there, but we have specific municipalities in which we work with. So again, all that is upfront. It's actually listed in our tariff. So this gives you an idea of where we are. We're just one of, again, 21 utilities in gas utilities in Pennsylvania, but it shows how we're spread out. In fact, Dan, if you go to the next slide, that little yellow blip is our electric company. But if you go to the next, you can see how our customers are spread out. So, you know, when we have an incident, you know, if there's something going on, you know, you could be in a small area, say it's in the Lancaster area, there's 132,000 customers located there, or it could be sometimes in a larger geographical area with less customers. But it just shows you how we're spread throughout the state of Pennsylvania. Next slide, Dan. Yeah, so 21, I saw the question there is how many natural gas companies are in Pennsylvania, about 21. There's again, I'll try to stay high level. There's some municipal owned natural gas authorities out there that are not regulated by the Public Utility Commission, but generally speaking, regulated utilities about 21.
I'll add to that, Steve, as well. There's 5 or 6 large natural gas utilities in Pennsylvania that cover most of the city centers. You have companies like National Fuel, that it's up in the Erie area in the northwest part of the state. You have People's Gas around the Pittsburgh area. Columbia Gas, which is NiSource, is kind of in the southern part of the state from Pittsburgh through State College and then over to southern York County. UGI, you see in our footprint, you have People's or PECO, which is over outside of Philadelphia, and then Philadelphia Gas Works, which is in the city of Philadelphia. So those are the big players across the state. And then, as Steve said, there's some smaller municipal type outfits that have a smaller customer base.
Oh, great, thanks, Dan. So who are our customers? So we categorize them generally in residential, commercial, industrial. But something I'm going to point out here as we go through this, and just from a Masscare perspective, I think you need to understand is that our residential customers, they are employed, through businesses. So residential customers go to work in whether it's industry or commercial, retail, commercial. So remember, when we have an outage, something to think about is that you have the outage area, right? So we may have a clearly defined scope of the outage, but if you live in that outage and you don't have, say your natural gas is shut off, you may not be able to go to work. And that commercial enterprise may be outside of the affected area or the industry. And likewise, so you may have natural gas at your home, but your business may be closed. So something to think about, that while we define the outage area, there's some bleed over, there's some crossover as far as who's affected. And again, I'll get into this, but that affects, say, a hotel, that employees don't show up to work, or vice versa. So start with residential customers, and really the goal here is just to kind of go over the basic appliances that are in a home. So the primary, it's heating. So you have furnaces, boilers, space heating, and fireplaces. You have the water heating, very important. And then of course, cooking, clothes drying, generators or gas generators, natural gas generators that supply electricity in case of power failures. And then you have pools and spas. So something to know about residential appliances, it's true for other appliances, but on residential appliances, there's just many that are out there. So you have most of your new equipment is electronic ignition, which means you need electricity to power it to make it work. Okay, so if there's a power outage and that's coupled with a natural gas outage, that's a problem. Even if it's, quite frankly, a power outage, your natural gas equipment may go down. So these things are coupled together, and depending on the type of equipment, they could affect each other. So it's, I just want to bring that up to this group, that it's, there's very few pieces of equipment that are just standalone. There are some pilot operated natural gas water heaters that are natural draft, but they're becoming less and less as we go along. So most equipment requires power. Commercial customers, something to think about here. Commercial customers, that could be, restaurants and schools and airports. So I know, like, I serve on the board of the Red Cross, right? So, some things we think about is where are, care facilities in case of emergency situations. Well, a lot of times you say, well, where are the schools, churches? I don't have churches on here, but, a lot of these areas that you normally would amass people together, to provide them some type of safe area to be in. Well, in an outage area, most of these customers utilize natural gas. Something I say oftentimes, about hospitals, in our world, this is a fun fact, but there's not a single all-electric hospital in the US. They always have some type of additional fuel. So remember, like a lot of these folks, the fire stations, the factories, again, going through that, even airports, government agencies. So, when we have a natural gas outage, it truly affects everything. So just put some thought into that, as well as there's assisted living facilities, laundry facilities. Think about prisons and sports arenas, again, just trying to give you a good idea of how disruption affects the multitude of commercial customers who are out there. All right, Dan, anything else to add? All right. So now industrial customers. And this one's interesting because for an interruption of natural gas, one thing that we know, I'd like to think most people know, but power generation, electric power generation, almost 60% of electricity generated is from natural gas. So depending on the type of interruption, if this would affect a power generating facility, you could be out of power. So without the natural gas, you're not going to be generating electricity. Which is say you're either going to have a brownout or an interruption of service. There's various levels, but certainly at 60% of electricity generation, having an outage to a natural gas power generating facility is important. Other things to think about, refuse trucks, okay, garbage trucks essentially. A lot of the fleet, in fact, I think I read at some point that like 60% of the new trucks coming off the assembly line are ordered or natural CNG, compressed natural gas, or natural gas vehicles. Distribution fleets. We have in our territory, we have UPS just had like one of their super hubs, like the largest on the East Coast. They have a fleet of CNG natural gas vehicles. So interruptions to natural gas to those facilities interrupts UPS deliveries. And these are a couple things that are just unique to our service territory, but there's it's located close to me. US Durham has a plant in Lancaster that they have the capacity to produce basically all the couscous that the US eats in a year, right? So and they're a natural gas customer. So when that plant goes down, it stops the the production of couscous, right? As well as, I'm sure most everyone heard of Hershey Foods, right? So another one of our big customers, an interruption to Hershey Foods creates a big issue. And there's another one I don't have listed on here, but Kellogg's. I think one of the 3 Kellogg's plants in the U.S. is in Lancaster County, and an interruption that plant could severely interrupt the supply chain. And last is an example of GlaxoSmithKline. They're a customer of ours in the Marietta area, and each year, 1 in 4 Americans, are immunized by vaccines that are produced at that Marietta site. So again, lots of implications. Disruptions can ripple on through many of the through much of the supply chain. All right, Dan. So, natural gas. Properties of natural gas. Tasteless. I'm not sure why you taste natural gas or why you taste gases, but anyway, it's tasteless and it's colorless, okay? It's actually odorless too. We add, the distribution companies adds an odorant to the gas. All right, it's called mercaptan, and it's what makes it smell like rotten eggs. And that's just so that the public can be aware if there's a gas leak, they can smell that sulfur or that rotten egg kind of smell. Something else is natural gas is not toxic. Okay, what is concerning though is if there's enough natural gas in a room, it could displace oxygen. So, sorry, someone's knocking on my door. So it displaces oxygen. So obviously that's a problem if it displaces too much oxygen. Now, another characteristic of natural gas or property natural gas is specific gravity, and this is important to know. So natural gas is lighter than air, so it has a specific gravity of 0.6, which is really the ratio of a gas density to air. So when it's less than 1, it's lighter than air. For example, propane, another gas that's oftentimes confused with natural gas, has a specific gravity of 1.6, which means it's more dense than air. So why I say that is obviously natural gas rises, but when ventilating, we ventilate natural gas through natural methods. And what we do is use, help me out, Dan, I guess like fans and whatnot to displace propane or to dilute propane from an area. All right, this is more the chemical composition of natural gas. So the primary component of natural gas is methane, CH4. So when properly combust, the products of the byproducts in combustion are carbon dioxide and water. Also, another property is it has a flash point or ignition range of roughly like 1100, 1200 degrees. So the source of ignition has to be fairly hot. Now, I say this, if we go into the next slide here, I say this because natural gas, there's a very specific and narrow range in which natural gas will ignite. A lot of folks don't know this, okay? So it's really about a 10% range. So if there's less than 5% natural gas in a room, in fact, there's three components that require for ignition. It's natural gas, it's oxygen, and it's a source of ignition. So if it's too lean, which means less than 5% natural gas mixed in a room with air, natural gas won't ignite. Between 5 and 15%. So remember, you need to have between 5 and 15% ratio of natural gas with air. All right. You need to have air there, okay, oxygen, and you need to have a source of ignition. So only when those three are together can you have ignition. Too much, above 15%, you won't have ignition. So again, hopefully you guys find that important. That's why sometimes we've got your gas grill, and you try to light it, it doesn't light because you don't have that right combination. Anyway, next slide. I think we're getting the dance.
Yeah.
Slides now. So turn it over to Dan.
Steve. So wanted to give an overview of the natural gas pipeline systems, and I took this diagram from FEMA, and from FEMA's from the Department of Transportation, and FEMA, the PUC acts on FEMA's behalf to enforce the regulations. But FEMA shows this kind of overall diagram of natural gas pipe systems. So we start over on the left-hand side and we see where natural gas comes from. Typically, it's naturally derived from wells that are drilled down, maybe even a mile or two underground, and they bring up the natural gas. They can store it in storage facilities. They do some of the drilling for natural gas offshore. A lot of it comes from the Gulf of Mexico region. And then they also can bring in liquefied natural gas. You can cool the gas till it goes into a liquid form, and they can ship it in tankers, or they have LNG storage facilities as well, big tanks that you may see along the highway, and they will be able to vaporize that gas and put it into the piping systems. So typically they will process the natural gas when it's coming out of the ground, and they're pulling the different types of gases that are blended with it, like propane or butane, other heavy hydrocarbon type gases with it, till it gets to a pipeline quality natural gas. A lot of times what they will do is then compress the gas to get it at a higher pressure to be able to flow through the pipelines and supply the areas that are looking to be served with natural gas. You can see there are some large customers that may be supplied off of a high pressure transmission line, like a electric power generating station or a large industrial customer. But then you have what they call like a city gate, and I'll get into some of this detail as well, but it's where the natural gas utilities, LDCs, come into play, where they distribute the gas through their own piping systems to the end user. So small manufacturing customers, commercial customers, residential customers, and some of the other natural gas vehicles that Steve mentioned before. Probably appreciate that there's a spider web of pipelines throughout the country and throughout our service territory that goes to where our customers are. And so I want to give a little more description here of the system and some considerations. I'm not going to read through this whole slide. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm sorry. Could you go back? I just want to make sure. Yeah. So Dan mentioned the compressor valve, compressor station. What's important to know is our system of natural gas is a hydraulic system. So we compress the gas, and you maybe initially for a transmission company it's 1,100-1,200 pounds, right? And then that gas, that's what drives the gas to the end user. So when you turn your stove on, you're basically opening a valve to atmospheric pressure. That's what drives the system to push the gas from that high pressure to the low pressure. So it's all being driven by that differential in pressure. So I just want to make sure they understand that. So it's pressurized, it moves throughout, and that's what moves the gas through the pipeline system.
Thanks, Steve. And so natural gas supply considerations. Again, this information will be available, but the point of this is system reliability. Many of the gas lines going across the country and across locally, our distribution system has multiple points that it's connected to. And we do have some single one-way feeds that if you have a disruption on the pipeline, everybody downstream of that line is going to be affected. You have other circumstances where you have multiple pipes coming into a network. So if you have a local disruption, it doesn't affect the rest of the distribution territory. You can backfeed it through other pipes and be able to maintain some reliability of supply. You may have a localized outage, you have to shut off some local valves to isolate a situation, but you don't lose the whole service territory. Now that's also dependent on the lines that are involved in an incident or outage. You may have somebody that digs in and hits a line and you have a gas emergency, or you have a leak where you have to shut the line down. Those circumstances, it could be just a local line that's going to a dead-end cul-de-sac, and you may affect a handful of customers, or it could be a main trunk line, high-pressure line that's affecting hundreds, if not thousands, of customers downstream. So depends on the lines and where you're at, but generally there is some redundancy in the system, and that's what we're just trying to highlight here with some of this information and that you could read more about. We also have what's called line pack. So as Steve mentioned, you have higher pressure gas lines that are then reduced down in pressure to medium pressure gas lines, and then ultimately at a customer's appliances, you're down to about 1/4 pound of pressure. You may be starting with 1,000 pounds in the main transmission line. So if there is a disruption, it may take a little while for the pressure in those pipelines to actually dissipate through usage until there's no more gas in the line. So depending on how quickly you can get to an issue and repair it, you may be able to recover without large-scale outages because of the line pack that exists in the system. So break down the big picture view of gas facilities into kind of 3 categories. The first we'll get into is transmission and gathering pipelines. Then we'll talk about our distribution mains. Mains is a term we use for pipelines. And then customer service lines and meters. So transmission facilities, these transport gas. Historically, most of the gas in the country came from the Gulf of Mexico region, Texas, Louisiana, big producers of natural gas. But many of you should be aware, especially in the last decade, of the Marcellus shale. It's a rock formation, and it comes across a large part of Pennsylvania, and they found large deposits of gas that the drilling technology has advanced, and they could actually drill down 1 mile into the ground and harvest this gas. And most of the gas that we use regionally in the Northeast is supplied right from Pennsylvania, right from the Marcellus gas regions that we have. So these transmission and gathering lines are gathering the gas from these different drill sites and wells, and they'll compress them. And then they go through what we call a transmission line. And there's transmission operators and companies that have interstate pipelines that go to the country and the city centers where we're at. These go up to typically, maybe up to 1,400 pounds of pressure for natural gas. There is a public national pipeline mapping system. The website is listed below here. And this is just an example. It actually goes by county, and you can select different variables on map layers to turn on. So an example here, we have up in the Stroudsburg, Mount Pocono area that we're showing, and we selected gas transmission lines or hazardous liquid pipelines. That those aren't ours, but they are part of this national mapping system. So you can see that there are some high pressure main trunk lines of gas transmission that traverse across the county here. And again, this is public information. We're required as a utility to report annually on our transmission lines that we operate. But largely, it's the larger transmission companies that have the bulk of the high pressure transmission lines that go across the territory. So this should be a good resource if anybody's curious to use this. If you do have an outage and it's gas related, or you have LNG, liquefied natural gas plants, and some other interesting map layers that they have on this national pipeline mapping system. All right, next, I mentioned earlier on the PHMSA diagram, the city gate stations. This is a pressure regulating station. It takes it down from those high pressure lines, and it puts it into a lower pressure that we use in our gas distribution. And it helps feed the main trunk lines that we have of our distribution system. So you may see these across the road, where you're driving, you'll see a bunch of pipes sticking out of the ground and other equipment. This is a heater that heats the gas up, because when you're reducing the pressure, it naturally cools the gas. And you have other equipment and monitoring equipment here. We meter the gas, so we'll purchase it from the transmission companies and then sell it to our customers. So wanted to highlight here, this is pretty complex piping systems, and there's valving and there's components here that we monitor. And if it is a large disruption on a transmission line and an outage, we're going to have to physically visit these stations and maybe manipulate some of the valves and monitor the pressures and do what we need to do to try to keep our system in play, or shut the system down and isolate it if we're going to be losing pressure. Next, we have our distribution facilities. These are distribution mains and regulator stations. We distribute our gas across our service territory. Often they follow roadways, just local, state highways, all the way into neighborhoods. Our lines typically follow the roadways, but not always. Sometimes going from one territory to another. Steve showed that we have a pretty wide footprint, and a lot of our footprint is connected. So you may have cross-country lines that they're going through kind of remote areas in right-of-way type situations. But these lines are modern, made of plastic that we've been replacing. Typically operate a UGI's distribution system around 60 pounds of pressure. And then that 60 pounds of pressure will go up to the house and then get regulated down again when we're talking about customer meters and facilities, which I'll get into next. So these are also pressure regulating stations here. These are certainly a lot smaller than the city gate station diagram that I showed. You may notice these in your travels as well. These are actually regulators. These are mechanical devices that spring-loaded, that take the pressure and only allow, you have a higher pressure coming into one side. It regulates the pressure down to a lower pressure on the outlet side, and that's the basics of it. And you have some relief valves too, so that if the pressure would build up, they would vent the gas to the atmosphere to prevent the downstream piping from being overpressurized. These could be located above ground. Typically, they could also be located below ground in pits. There's some of those as well across the service territory. And then finally, we have the gas service lines that go and serve the end users, our customers. So we have service to homes and businesses, as Steve covered before. It's a step down in pressure. Typically, it's going from 60 pounds down to, this is actually 7 inches of water column. It's a measurement of pressure that we use. It's equivalent to 1/4 of a pound of pressure, basically. And that's what your appliances will typically use in a residential application, your furnaces and stoves and water heaters. Some commercial and industrial customers take higher pressure for sure to operate their equipment. Maybe 60 pounds, maybe 100 pounds, depending on the application. Certainly large electric generation facilities and other manufacturing industrial customers will take higher pressure to operate their industrial equipment. So just a little more on what a gas service line actually is. This is kind of a cross-section view a little bit. You can see a car on the roadway here. This circle is actually a gas main that is paralleling the roadway. And what we do is we connect to that gas main and we run an underground service line to a property, and then we come up above ground to a meter. From that meter, it's typically regulated down to that 7 inches of water column or 1/4 pound of pressure. And then the customer on the outlet of the meter will own the fuel line that actually runs inside their house and goes to their equipment. So that would be customer owned. We stop our ownership as a utility at the meter. We have other equipment. There's shut-off valves on the service line if the meter's inside. If not, the valves are typically located right on the meter set itself, and I'll show you that. We also have some safety features on more of the modern lines called an excess flow valve. So if there was a leak or somebody hit a line, it would kind of trip this excess flow valve and stop the majority of the gas flowing in the line as kind of a safety measure there. So these are a couple pictures of meter sets, residential or commercial. These are different types of meters. This is probably a typical meter you may see if you have natural gas at your house. You're used to seeing. Here's a regulator, so the gas is coming up out of the ground. There's a couple valves here, and takes the pressure down, goes through the meter, and then on the outlet would go into the house to the appliances. This picture below here is a larger, different style of meter set with a little more piping and equipment for more of a commercial application. And then here's another meter installation. This is actually on a low pressure system. It doesn't need a regulator because we regulate the entire mains down to 1/4 pound of pressure. And it is just metering the gas and then the outlet of the meter. There's some valves here that could isolate the customer side, and this would be a fuel line going to a customer's equipment. Okay, so I want to talk about what happens actually if we have an outage, natural gas, and what we have to do to restore our restoration procedures and restore gas to our customers. Very different than electric outage. We're all used to thunderstorms coming through, knocking down trees that'll take out a power line, and you'll be out of power for a little bit of time. And when the electric company repairs the line, then your power comes right back on and you're good to go. Unfortunately, it's not that easy on the natural gas side. So typically what happens when there's a natural gas outage, we work as a utility to identify the scope of our outage and verify the customers and non-customers. Steve mentioned it's a hydraulic system. We have computer software that models the flow of our entire natural gas distribution system with all the pipes in it and simulates the usage and where the flow may be. So we know if, let's say there's somebody digs and hits a line and we have to shut it down, we can then tell how many customers are affected and how many valves we have to shut down to isolate that system. So we do a lot of that verification up front, try to identify the scope of the outage. We have our call centers, our customers are calling in and saying, hey, I don't, my furnace isn't working anymore, or the gas doesn't seem to be on. And we try to target those as well and communicate back to our customer base through a variety of media channels. We email and text, and we have other communication ways, public service announcements, to get in contact with our customers and notify them of an outage with those communication. But what we have to do is we have to go to each customer's meter set or service line, and we have to shut it off. Steve mentioned that some of the older equipment is still pilot operated. Some of it is electronic ignition. So having that mixture of appliances in our customer base is critical, because you can't just reintroduce the gas in the line, because if the pilot light had blown out, you now would just be introducing gas into the structure. It's not being burned off by that pilot light. So you have to shut off every single customer that's affected in that outage. Let's say there's an outage of 100 customers. You physically have to go to every customer, verify, shut off their service lines. Then you go and you have to make the repair to whatever damage occurred or disruption. You may have to purge any air out of the gas line. If somebody hit the line and it's exposed to the atmosphere, you have to get all the air out of the line so that it's just straight natural gas. So you don't have a different mixture of air to gas ratio, Steve mentioned earlier, that would be unsafe. Then once the line's been repaired and you purge the gas, the air out, and the gas is back in the line, you now have to go to each individual customer and turn on their gas and physically go light their appliances, or verify that the electronic ignition in their appliances is operating safely. And you have to find all the appliances and make sure everything's safe and there's no leaks and there's no issues there. So it takes a while for that to happen, and it is an individual type process. Sometimes in a prolonged outage, people leave their homes. They go elsewhere outside of the territory. So you don't have an opportunity to light up their appliances right away. So their service remains off until they come back in the area, coordinate with the utility to get a service technician out there to light their appliances. So it's a lot of manual coordination, and depending on the size of the outage, that coordination and communication compounds and grows. And we actually, large utilities will request for mutual aid from other utilities, where they will send resources, technicians to your area to help with this shut off and relight process as you go through a large outage.
Hey, Dan, let me just add, and picture in your mind, like generally these outages don't happen on, a blue sky, 72 degrees, it's the middle of the day. These outages often occur at the worst possible times, under severe weather events or 2 o'clock in the morning. So remember, when we go out and we have to shut everyone off, we shut everyone off in our known affected area, as well as, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have to verify, like, even adjacent customers, make sure that they don't have gas. So it's a lot of manual walking around, verifying, again, sometimes in bad conditions in the middle of the night. So it takes a long time, as well as when we reintroduce natural gas, after we get through all those other bits, right? We have to do it in sections. We don't just like turn a valve and everyone just magically comes on. We have to go through and introduce it in a reasonable fashion. And oftentimes we use public service announcements and other ways to communicate to customers that they must return back to their home. Okay, because we need them there, because we have to get entry, as well as, and I think, Dan, you're going to go through like some of the light up concerns that we have, or turning folks back on.
Yeah. So it's a good segue, Steve. So I mentioned earlier that the utility does not own the fuel lines downstream of our meter that supply the appliances that our customers use. So when our guys go in and are attempting to relight some of these appliances, they may find issues, code violations, that a furnace isn't drafting properly and could be producing carbon monoxide, or it's not up to the International Fuel Gas Code, or there's unsafe conditions or leaks on the customer's fuel lines or equipment, Or it may be a commercial application. You go into a restaurant and you have no idea how to light some of the specialty equipment, and you need to enlist the help of their maintenance staff. Or certainly industrial applications, we typically rely on the maintenance folks to handle their equipment and light their appliances, light their equipment. So if we find issues, we have a tagging system, and we would, red tag is a serious concern, and we're saying we are not going to light this appliance back up, and you need to have somebody come out and fix it. And then a municipality would actually get a copy of this red tag so they can send one of their code enforcement inspectors to go and make sure that it's been done correctly, because typically the municipalities are governing the fuel lines and the codes and standards that go with them. So in a large outage situation, especially in the wintertime, it's unfortunate because there's a disruption in gas service. It's unfortunate or fortunate, depending on how you're looking at it. We send our technicians out. We go to get somebody back in service and light their furnace up, and we find that there's code violations with it. We can't light up their furnace. Now they're scrambling and trying to get a mechanical contractor or plumber to come in and fix their furnace so they can get their heat back on or water heating back on. It further complicates the process, but it at least provides some eyes and it gets a safer situation that customer may not even be aware there's an issue with their equipment until somebody is at least specifically looking at it. I just quickly I go through the last bit here. We have other notifications and door hangers and things to try to coordinate communication if people are not home, especially in a prolonged outage where a lot of times people, they're either at work or maybe they go into a relative's house or something where they do have heat, that type of thing. So a lot of different communication avenues that we try to take. I want to kind of finish out here with incident management. A lot of you are probably more the experts than we are, but UGI is a gas company, and several of our peer gas companies have adopted the National Incident Management System program, and specifically the incident command structure. So a lot of you are familiar with this. If there's a large outage, we're trying to coordinate with other emergency agencies. And that's what we do. So UGI, we have our incident command structure, and it follows the guidelines, and we've adopted this and done a lot of work over the last decade to try to get into this structure here, where we have an incident commander, and we would have all the safety officers and liaison officers, public information officers. Then we'd have our general staff that's specifically focused on the natural gas side of the incident as we're trying to restore our system and restore service to our customers. But as a reminder, we would have a public information officer that's kind of the conduit for sharing information with external stakeholders, including the media. We have a safety officer making sure that our systems procedures are being followed and kind of coordinating multi-agency safety efforts. And then the liaison officer would be coordinating efforts with other agencies like DHS and Red Cross, FEMA, PEMA, whomever, to make sure that we are all working together to fix the issue. And for us, generally, incident command, the way it's designed, it'll grow with the incident. So our first responder, that's the first one to show up on site that says there's a gas leak, will be that incident commander. But as their supervision show up, that chain of command will move up. Often we're working directly with the fire companies or fire chiefs that will take on that role, and they'll have UGI focus on the gas side of the incident, but coordinate activities to evacuate people if needed, or help get people away from an area or shelter or whatever the case may be there. And that's typically for smaller outages that are managed, locally with the utility and 911 services there. But we focus on life safety, incident stabilization, and then property conservation in kind of our procedures. So with that, we left a little bit of time here. I know we shared a lot of information, and we're hopefully this gives you a better understanding of natural gas and how it's distributed, and some of the considerations if we do have a large outage and a kind of a mass care response to disruptions in natural gas supply. So Steve and I'd love to take some questions and or elaborate on anything, and hopefully this hit the mark for everybody.
Great information. Really appreciate the overview. I know I definitely learned some things. Can you talk a little more about the mutual aid agreements within the industry? What do companies help each other out with, or what does that look like?
Sure. I take a stab at this one, Steve. So UGI belongs to a couple industry organizations. The American Gas Association is more of a national agency, but regionally there's a Northeast Gas Association. So we have coordination through the NGA where we have mutual aid contacts for each company, and we will generally work through the Northeast Gas Association and provide the details when we actually make that call for mutual aid to say UGI has a ongoing outage and we're going to require X amount of people to come in for this duration in these defined service territories and to help with relights, and these are the qualifications that the technician should bring. These are the equipment and vehicles that we're looking for. This is the span of control for supervisors down to technicians that we would require. And a lot of that is actually, we drill on that often, and we have now consolidated consistent forms, and we say, okay, we need 100 extra technicians to come in for 3 days to help with our relight process, and we anticipate needing them from here to here. Other companies will respond back and say, yes, we can provide 16 employees and 2 supervisors, or we can provide 10, or we can provide 3. So we'll try to coordinate through that process and say, yes, we will take, you 4 companies, send us your employees, and here's the logistics around it. And once they get in, we will work with those resources and give them assignments, customer lists, regionally to go and either shut off and then eventually restore the service depending on where we're at in the process. Certainly UGI, with that big footprint that we have, we start internally with our own employees to try to move them across the state to help in a region. If we have an outage in Lancaster, we may be moving resources from Wilkes-Barre and Harrisburg and the Lehigh Valley, all to try to coordinate what we can within house. But larger outages, I would say typically larger than 1,000 customers out at once, we would generally have to look for a mutual aid to keep that timely.
Yeah, and that's a really great question, because while we have a fairly large complement of folks, these are very specialized jobs. So you just can't go to a local plumber. These are, operating qualification tasks that they have and skill sets. So truly, it's only our other companies, the other natural gas companies within the state that have the resources available to utilize. So we really do lean on each other as we go through that process.
Another question I have, and this might be a shared question from some of the other folks we have on the line, seeing the audience, is there any way to find out who the customers are in a given area, or how to know which facilities might be impacted in an outage, other than asking each individual contact? And I'm thinking, if I'm the Red Cross and I know I need to set up multiple shelters, if I don't already have that information, is there any way to get that with, aside from talking to each individual facility?
Sure, I was going to say, well, we have that information. Certainly, contacting us, we'd be happy to provide that information as best we can. Once an outage is defined, like the scope of the outage, we know the number of customers within a specific territory. So certainly we could go through our customer list and find that information. Yeah, great question.
And it will be different every time. I mentioned, we have our distribution system, a spider web of pipes, and it really depends on where the outage is or what the nature of the disruption is. Typically, we're just dealing with kind of localized disruptions. If there's a leak where we need to shut something down, or somebody hits one of our lines, we have to shut it down. We a dozen customers, maybe up to a couple hundred customers. If it's a larger supply issue that's coming from a transmission company, it could quickly go to thousands or 10,000s of customers. And you generally, as an industry, because of some of the redundancy, that hasn't happened, knock on wood, but the potential is certainly there. And you see kind of larger, more public outages, Merrimack Valley. That's the public one over that happened a few years ago, and we actually sent some of our resources up for a couple of weeks to help with the restoration of those services. So it depends on the outage, but the local utilities would be the ones that would have that information.
So let's go there. When we're talking about a large scale disruption, a large scale outage, because that's where we're going with the upcoming exercise, paint a picture for us. What is the impact on communities? What is the impact on people's lives? What is the impact on our supply chains? What would you expect that we would see?
I could start, Steve. Steve alluded to that they don't typically happen on sunny days when everything's fine. And really for gas utilities, it's very different winter operations versus the rest of the year, because heating is the primary use of natural gas and certainly water heating for our residential base at least. And without heat, it causes a lot of issues, as you can imagine. And without heat in some of the schools and without restaurants having natural gas to cook, and then the supply chain disruptions and the kind of the cascading effects that goes along with that would be substantial. Now, parts of the service territory, because of the nature of the network of pipes, not UGI wouldn't lose all 700,000 customers that we have necessarily, because we have different supply from different transmission companies. But a large disruption from one of these transmission companies could take out a couple 100,000 customers potentially, not just for us, but then similar of our neighboring utilities. And it would be pretty substantial. We would need federal aid. We would need mass coordination of how to feed and shelter and keep people warm, in the wintertime operations. I would see a major impact to everything if we had a large scale prolonged natural gas outage.
Are you able to do prioritized restoration during outages for congregate care facilities, critical infrastructure, that sort of thing? Can you talk about that process?
It's a good question. We meant to cover some of that. Some of it is hydraulically driven. So if we say, okay, the gas line's back up and running, let's go and then light our customers back up. Some of it depends on the physical layout of the pipelines and where the gas is flowing to. So it's not easy for us to just cherry pick and say, we're going to light you up and light you up and light you up. We may have to strategically introduce gas, purge it into service, segment by segment. We would try our best to, identify critical facilities and try to get those up and running from a priority standpoint. But it wouldn't be clean enough for us to just only be able to target those, because of the hydraulics of the system, and getting the gas molecules to actually flow to that end customer may have to be some iterations before we can push gas back out into our service territory.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and again, just another complicating point that, those employees that work if they're in that area. So if it's hospital, people that work at a hospital, we tell folks we actually prefer that they stay at home when we do the relay process. So, it's kind of a fighting of resources, right? So, for homes, we want to get folks relit as soon as possible, but, they also have responsibility to be at the restaurant, right? We'll need some folks there too. So it's a difficult balance.
What other questions do we have from the audience?
It's the Friday afternoon rule though here, so it's Friday at 2 o'clock.
I think I just asked 8 questions. So
yeah, another great questions.
Last chance, anyone?
I would just mention too, our winter operations, if we have small outages, like I mentioned before, let's say we have 20 homes or something that are going to be out of natural gas for an evening while we make repairs to a pipeline. You know, locally, we have a small inventory of electric space heaters, for example, and we may be able to accommodate those 20 homes and give them some electric space heaters so that they can keep their homes warm and their water pipes don't start freezing up and bursting and causing other issues without having heat in extreme cold temperatures. But once you get beyond, a couple dozen customers or maybe 100 customers, that becomes a challenge. And that's where we, seek assistance from other organizations and trying to get sheltering and other means coming in. So it quickly becomes an issue if you get above 100 customers or so, and we're really needing that coordination. So if we talk about tens of thousands of customers, it's well beyond what the utility can handle, and there's coordination there around the operations and then the scheduling and the repairs and restoration of service, but the Masscare side is really out of our hands. I see a question in the chat from Craig Campbell. Understand that facilities such as hospitals must have an alternate source of power besides natural gas. How does that factor in if the local electric is also natural gas generation? That is it's a valid point, and it's one not many people think about. So yes, if the electric grid is largely supplied by natural gas, and you don't have electric, it could take out both supply points at once. Typically, natural gas is used as the primary source, but if the electric goes out because of a storm, you typically would have natural gas as a good reliable backup. But if that natural gas supply is disrupted, you're going to have potential disruptions to the electric grid, and the electric grid is going to be challenged in that situation, given that over half of it is supplied by natural gas, and it's really dependent about that mix in the area on how the electric grid is holding up and how the natural gas disruption is.
Yeah, also note that most of our customers have backup sources of energy. They're not long-term backups. They're short duration. Sometimes it could be just a couple of days or maybe a week or so. So depending on the severity of the outage, we can go well beyond that, and it creates another disruption. So just thought I'd mention that.
A couple other questions I see in the chat here. There's a cyber attack. Are some safeguards in place so that your entire coverage area is not affected? So it's certainly something that we have been more aware of, and we've been trying to plan for. I know PUC, Dan Searforce and the TUS team have done some exercises around cyber attacks and extra controls in place. We do have monitoring and computer systems that we use for our system, but we also have operations and contingency plans for outages ourselves and to try and maintain our system. Our system is very mechanical. These regulators that take the pressure down it's a mechanical device, but there are some electrical components to it. So we're not immune to a cyber attack by any means. It would certainly complicate some things if our systems were down, but that doesn't mean we can't respond to emergencies, and we have other contingencies in place to be able to do so from a communication standpoint and an emergency response standpoint. I see Dan had made a comment here about the electric grid too. If gas is out at a local level, the electric grid, similar to the natural gas distribution system, there's many connections and kind of spider webs together, and there's some redundancy in the reliability of that grid by design. So it wouldn't necessarily just immediately take out the electric grid as well. It depends on a lot of factors and where the power plants are located and what they're supplied from and where the outage is. But certainly we do want people to be aware that there is a large component of natural gas, how it affects the electric grids. Okay.
Well, thanks so much, everybody, for the questions. And thank you so much to Dan C. from UGI for the insightful presentation today. I know this background information will definitely come in handy later this month during the National Mass Care exercise. And just for everyone's awareness, the Public Utility Commission is also conducting a simultaneous tabletop exercise on the Tuesday of the exercise week. So excited to see you guys get a chance to work through some of those restoration issues. It'll be a big big challenge to tackle, but it sounds like you're up to it. So looking forward to seeing many of you on site at Shippensburg University during the National Mass Care exercise the week of May 20th. So please reach out if you need any additional information regarding participating on site there during the exercise. I'll put my email address in the chat, and you will receive a copy of the recording and the PowerPoint slides. Once I have them available here, I'll send it out to everybody. So thanks for spending part of your Friday afternoon with us, and have a great weekend, everyone.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Of operations, organizational chart, to include roles, responsibilities, information sharing, and share additional resources regarding the mass care and emergency assistance task forces that most of you will be participating in. So just a few administrative news and notes. This briefing is being recorded. The copy slides have been updated, uploaded onto the website here so you can get access to it, the Teams channel. The exercise is running simultaneously with other state level exercises and some voluntary agencies as well. So as we work through the exercise during the week of May 20th through 24th, please don't fight the exercises. There's a lot of organizational movement with multiple state and federal entities involved, as well as our partners from the counties and voluntary organizations. The exercise scenario is plausible and based upon a utility outage that is concurrently being exercised by the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission on Tuesday, May 21st. So the exercise is really being conducted in a no-fault learning environment wherein capabilities, plans, our systems and processes are being evaluated, not our people. In general, the exercise is full-scale, tabletop, and functional over the week, beginning on Monday the 20th through the 23rd. And the exercise duration is really the 4 days, and locations at Shippensburg University of Pennsylvania. The exercise objectives are Commonwealth, specifically DHS, to open a state-managed shelter and prepare to receive 1,000 shelter residents within 6 hours of the decision to open. That's really of our full-scale component for us to test our capacities and capabilities within DHS. We'll also look at demonstrating the effective interagency resource coordination and resource deployment that minimize duplication of effort amongst NGO, local, state, and federal partners through the use of the Emergency Support Function 6 Annex and the PA Mass Care framework. And our third main objective is to demonstrate the ability of the Mass Care Task Forces to coordinate and execute mass care service missions to 100,000 plus impacted residents across multiple jurisdictions during the response phase of the mass care operations. Our real unofficial objectives are really to learn, really look at our limitations and our affirmations, things that we do well, things that we don't, things we need to improve on, really talk about developing staff in different roles and positions, identify gaps in partnerships, policies, programs, and resources, and really build frameworks for response and recovery, understanding the needs and desires of the people that we serve, i.e. the counties, and build trust. Some of the expectations we have for our exercise is really to understand from our partners coming in from out of state that the counties are the authorities having jurisdiction, and there's the people that we serve. So as a county would receive or need additional services, they would pump that up to the state. And it's our job to provide some coordination resources to fulfill their needs and their desires as they need to provide for their resources. If there's any policy issues that arise, as we will have players that are going to be acting as county participants as well as evaluators, if there's any issues in the policy, will be addressed at the SIM cell and the CRCC, which is the Commonwealth Resource Coordination Center, that's going to be simulated at Shippensburg University. We really do want to have that information so we can capture it. Represented organizations and agencies should only commit resources that are known and available. Even though we have a very positive outlook at our own organization, sometimes we seem to have a tendency of committing resources that might be slightly higher than what we can actually do or available. So it's important to make sure that we keep it as a local level, i.e. Honest as possible. If there's any cost to the Commonwealth, we need to be able to estimate that cost as we're committing those resources. And in general, use readily available data online from reputable sources, i.e. the census, FOAG, government, and educational institutions, or any other reputable sources. You will be asked to do some data collection in order to participate effectively. So exercise environment and the expectations. There will be some controlled chaos, and there will be some uncontrolled chaos. This is an exercise in emergency management, so this should be entertaining at least, but the important thing is to be able to participate as effectively and efficient as possible. There are intersecting plans and policies, politics that don't necessarily align from all agencies and levels of government, as well as our voluntary agency partners. It's important to be able to work through that. We've already identified about 30. So we're hoping to be able to solve some of these challenges during the exercise. Some of the information will be intentionally vague and obscure and is set to set the stage to foster creativity and problem solving. Just a reminder, as I said, the counties or the authority having jurisdiction within Pennsylvania, we need to respect that. That's just one of the dynamics we're trying to work through. And some of the county participants are going to be representing just counties in general, not their counties. However, they will be given some injects to be able to create some hate and discontent in order for us to think and work through some processes. So what I'm asking everyone to do as part of the environmental and expectations is to roll with whatever challenges and injects, and please don't fight the exercise. This is really for us for data collection and a learning tool. So in general, exercise communication will be done through the National Masscare PADHS SharePoint site, which you can see here, and everybody will have access to this as we move on. There will be a document library with data, numbers, forms, schedules, and just general documentation, as well as communication, and we'll get to that in a second. All participants should bring your own laptop or tablet. Wi-Fi will be available. Each one of the task forces will have a task force leader. They will assign a deputy, and we'll have planners assigned as well. And what you see here is a submission form for requests for information and resource requests, task force significant events, and agency representative significant events. And these will be on a dashboard, and I'll show you here in just a moment. So everyone will have view access. Selected individuals will be eligible for entering information into the RFI and the task force significant event board. What you see here, and I apologize for the light screen here, is what the dashboards would look like. Unfortunately, we do not have access to a system such as WebEOC or Knowledge Center or some of the other processes, database administrators that we have for emergency management. So we kind of created our own here. So we'll be able to track the information requests that each task force puts in. We also have an exercise communication for those tracking boards, as you can see, and I'm going to focus on just one here, the significant event board. So as information is entered in to each one of the task forces, as your expectation, things you're doing, things you would like aware of, or like everybody else to be aware of, each person will have access to this if they're logged on to the system to view. And in general, here is our exercise schedule for the day. You can see our task forces, feeding task force, sheltering task force, disabilities, household pets, and reunification task forces are running Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, as well as Wednesday, our licensed facilities task force. And you can see On Thursday, we have a distribution of emergency supplies task force and a housing task force. And we are expecting and hoping that there are integration in between these task forces throughout the process. As we said earlier, the Public Utility Commission will be hosting the exercise on Tuesday, which we will be part of in the morning, and we will be breaking off. We want everybody to hear the same scenario from not only the Public Utility Commission, but also the experts in the field who are going to be addressing the utilities outage. So in general, here's some of the exercise activities that you will be doing. So I highlight a couple things. The scenario will be with the Public Utility Commission, and then we will be breaking out into the task forces. We will be conducting a evaluation of what's being impacted, and then each task force will be conducting a needs assessment, which we'll get to in a moment, and formulating numbers needing to be served. You'll also be providing a situation report on an ICS 209, which all of this will be provided to you in your data library. Wednesday, using all the resources available to you and information and data, you'll be working within your task forces to formulate a plan of delivery of Masscare services. So whatever your task force is, sheltering or feeding or pets or disabilities, the important thing is to make sure that we leverage all the resources available and creativity within the organizations in order to provide those resources to the people that are impacted. And just recall, as we talked about the counties being the authority having jurisdiction, this is a multi-agency support plan to assist counties. So you may have some counties that would like things slightly different than what you're presenting. And it's going to be important to articulate that within the task force and work with your acting state Masscare coordinator and leadership to come up with answers in order to support the counties and their specific desires. Just like many other states, Pennsylvania is very diverse when it comes to the type of counties we have. We have very rural, very urban, and suburban counties, all of which have different needs. And within those counties, we have pockets of cultural situations where everybody may have a different need within that group. So it's going to be important for those considerations to be taken place as you develop that plan. And then also, we have a festive dinner that evening, Wednesday evening. One of our voluntary agency partners are going to be creating a barbecue for us to participate in conversations and build relationships, providing that opportunity. And I believe we have some live music as well that evening. Thursday, we're going to be talking about completing the multi-agency support plans, activation of the housing and distribution of emergency supplies task forces, and again, keeping everybody up to date with the situation report. So in general, when we talk about the needs assessment, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to take a look at the impacted counties. You're going to take a look at what needs may be there. And with the ultimate goal of to try and determine what the purpose or to try to determine the estimated number of people needing to be served. So within this situation, obviously, we're going to have some sheltering and feeding operations. We will have a reunification component where we may actually have a need to reunify people, as well as disabilities integrated into all sectors, all task forces, and also our pets and wraparound human services that are not specifically identified into a task force, but will be impacted with all task forces. In addition, the actual incident, like DHS and FEMA, would be working directly with county leadership. So to take this as a pseudo artificiality, that the task force are going to be working independently. In a real life scenario, our county leadership would be talking to the state leadership. We would then be presenting and working on behalf of that county through the task forces to assist in resource identification, obligation, and allocation. Our federal partners are very important to this exercise. However, want to make sure we state that they are going to be working through their normal chains of command. So any resource request that requires federal assistance would need to go up through the Masscare coordinator, through the simulated CRCC to FEMA for approval. But we do ask, as those federal partners are participating in these activities, that they engage fully with the task forces to determine what potential federal resources could be available and what requirements may need to be instituted in order for us to receive those goods. For instance, do we need a declaration for emergency for, let's say, emergency protective measures? Do we need a major disaster declaration?
Do we need a declaration for individual assistance and or for public assistance? And for some of the other programs, how are they going to integrate at the federal level through the process? So in general, the assessment categories that may be included, but not limited to, are on your screen. I'm not going to read directly from them, but the important thing is we want to talk about infrastructure damage. We want to talk about populations. We want to talk about socially isolated and disproportionately impacted populations. We want to talk about geography and even infrastructure, including transportation, all of which may be impacted by the incident. There is going to be a template uploaded for you to use, but we want you to use your imagination in order to determine what impacts are there. And then at the end of the assessment tool, to determine the numbers of people that need to be served by county. So for instance, the Red Cross provided this as their shelter planning assumption based upon the incident. So as you can see, it's broken down by county. And it also has the shelter numbers. You will be given some data to assist in your projections, and we need you through the dates and times to be able to project what those numbers are at a given date. Just assume that we're going to be sheltering out for a minimum of 60 days from the day of the incident. And as you can see here, there is a trending upwardness of shelterees going in for about 2 weeks. So keep your eyes on this type of data as you're working on your data assessment or your assessments for your tool. So in general, a meal count, this would be exactly, this would be similar to the sheltering count. You're going to be given specific data and injects that are going to be driven for you to identify your assessment needs, and you will be determined how and how many meals that will need to be provided. Now, understanding that this is just a hint for this exercise, not only will you have to worry about feeding the shelter folks, there will be a distribution of food component to this, where everyone will need to be processing information for all counties impacted. And again, the counties here may not necessarily be representing themselves. We're just using this as a geographical component. It could be any county name, but for the purpose of this exercise, we needed to keep it this way. The multi-agency support plan, as we talked about, is to identify the 5 W's, and given a specific area, you're going to identify the who, the what, the where, and the when. Identify what agency is doing what, where, and how much in order to meet the capacity of which you identified previously. So if you identified it, you need to do 50,000 meals in this county this day, you need to identify the number of organizations that you will need to do that. As an example, you will have a multi-agency sheltering and feeding plan among the other plans available. There will be a draft, so you can do this both in Word as well as Excel, so if you wanted to run the numbers. And as an example, I just put this up as a process since we are in Cumberland County. This is a shelter number. As notice, you see there's 200, 200, 100, 100, and so on. Notice we put in the Red Cross. The Red Cross can do 2 shelters. If during your plan you require 10 shelters, you will identify shelters, each leadership team, and the number of people that they can shelter by time. Notice we did not stop at the Red Cross or other faith-based organizations. We also said county staff may be able to support this. As in Pennsylvania, some local governments do provide warming centers and shelters using local staff. But we also have community action committees. And in this case, we also have listed out as contracted. In the event that we don't have the resources within a specific county or across the state, we can either contract that directly through public assistance, emergency protective measures, and Cat B, or we can put a resource request in to the federal government, specifically to FEMA, to activate some of the resources the federal government may have. The point being is that if you identify that you have to shelter 1,000 people and you have 10 shelters of 100 each, then we have to identify who's doing what, where, and when. And we will be doing this for all counties impacted by the event. So just another example, the site of the feeding plan, same scenario type. You're going to identify how many meals need to be provided, who's providing it, and what location. Notice we have 5 Cumberland County shelters. We also have school 1 and 2 and 3, and we also have a neighborhood feeding plan. So all of which will need to be addressed in your organization or your task force's multi-agency support plan to support the counties. Multi-agency support plan really should be based upon each county's needs. Some counties have more resources than others. Some have a tendency of having additional resiliency processes because of the way the county is laid out. I need you to address all the 5 W's so we can get a good capture. And guess what? If we don't have enough resources in Pennsylvania, that's okay. I just need it documented so that way as we come back through the AAR, we can identify any realistic shortcomings that we can support our voluntary agencies and our counties in bolstering up process. So keep that in mind as you're working through your plans. Any organization that is able to offer support resources that would provide additional services, plug them in. I've had the opportunity to deploy pretty much off and on across the Commonwealth and across the United States since early 2002 to some large storms. Some of the great things that I have seen personally were communities coming together to provide hair services such as barbers and beauticians. We also saw educational entities provide opportunities for children. We've also had an opportunity where entertainment and dance companies would put on small plays to entertain folks while they're at the shelter. If you can find a value and there's a resource available, plug that in. So at least we have the ability to take a look at that for future planning. Now, granted, I'm not going to put a resource request into federal government for a circus, but the important thing is that if you can identify it and someone's willing to do it, we want to bring them in to help ease the stress of the event. So in the attempt to gather data, it's important to make sure that we identify the resource type, so staff and stuff. So as you're working through your plan, we want to look at quantity and time of delivery for engagement. And if there's a cost, a lot of the materials that for Masscare can be procured and reimbursed through public assistance and emergency protective measures, Cat B. We have asked that a FEMA public assistance expert be available so we can ask before decisions are made for spending. And in general, what I'm looking at here is to be really creative in your ability to create a plan to support. Resources that may never have been addressed prior may be available this time, and be flexible with those generated ideas. It may not necessarily be your historical voluntary agencies and federal government coming in to provide these resources. We really want to look at this as a whole community approach and leverage every community event and community program that we can to provide. So even if they're not represented, if they can be identified, maybe not as an actual part to the tool here, but if they can be identified, we can then look at reaching out to them after the exercise. And again, as I said earlier, please play along and don't fight the exercise. This is going to be, I wouldn't say unique to a lot of you, but some of us have never been involved with such a public utilities outage that we're going to be dealing with. So in general, what you're going to see here is our exercise organizational chart. We see our task forces listed here. Notice they're red and blue because they're operational and planning. What we want to do is do the planning component for the future, but look at the operational component so we can allocate resources. And again, this is allocate resources to the counties as they request them. Not every county will be requesting resources that are impacted in this event. A lot of them will. The coordination aspect is also to make sure that we don't duplicate efforts. And I know it's hard because everybody wants to do a great job in working with the community and working with recovery, but sometimes we have multiple agencies trying to accomplish the same mission. So we're going to try to get this situational awareness and common operation picture. If you take a look that our state Masscare coordinator is going to be overseeing for the purpose of this exercise, the sheltering, feeding, distro of emergency supplies, household pets, and housing task force. Our emergency assistance person for this exercise will be dealing with disabilities integration. And please understand, it is our expectation that just because the Disabilities Integration Task Force is put together to brainstorm and build out a plan, we expect them to be fully integrated into our entire process and each one of our task forces. Then we also have the Disaster Mental Health and Human Services Coordinator who will be dealing with the reunification component, which we will be leveraging some evacuations from Pennsylvania into some other states. So that will create some interesting dynamics due to the fact that a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with also has to deal with social media and the availability of working through process. There will be some challenges there. Some of the things that we may be focusing on are child trafficking, background checks, a lot of different components that are going to be posting. As you can see, the two green boxes, we have FEMA Region 3 participating. They will be acting as our HIPs. The Masscare coordinator will be working with the FEMA Region 3 IMAD Masscare specialist, and the operations manager will be working with the Masscare specialist supervisor. There will be members from FEMA headquarters and potentially other FEMA regions who will be attending. Their job will be to provide the federal perspective in the task forces. What I want to reiterate, nothing from the federal government will be deployed to the Commonwealth without approval going through the FEMA process through a resource request, which is a standard protocol under the Emergency Operations Plan. In general, the task forces are operational planning, as we discussed. In conjunction with county leadership, we'll project the jurisdictional resource requirements. We will talk about the organizations that should only commit resources that are known and available to your organization. We want you, again, to coordinate with other Masscare task forces. Sheltering should be talking to feeding. Feeding should be talking to disabilities due to special dietary needs. Reunification should be talking to sheltering. Licensed facilities, they're going to be talking to everybody real quick. So again, coordinate request for Commonwealth resources is what you're trying to do, and work with your voluntary, state, federal, and other partners to try to come up with an overarching support plans for each one of your task forces. And again, monitor and assess the emergency needs of the community in recovery. You may not get too deep into this, but you will see injects popping up that will have you to reevaluate a few of your tools and a few of your planning assumptions once you get started. That's just the nature of the exercise. So in general, you have a task force leader, and we have left that up to the task force leader to identify a deputy. The purpose there is if the task force leader gets called to a meeting, you'll have to have somebody to be responsible for ensuring things are getting done. You will also, in the task forces, have a task force planner whose job will be to keep track of a lot of this information. We will talk more specifically in the future about how information is going to be shared and captured. As we said, we have it on a SharePoint site, which allows us to do a lot of database based systems, such as export some of this information onto a CSV file or an Excel sheet so we can get access to the information in real time. So again, we want to encourage interagency or inter-task force coordination and overview of partner capabilities. Your task force leader will also serve as a liaison between some of the active participants in other task forces and the Masscare coordinator. So task force partners, what we're asking to do is really to ability to commit resources, talk about with the NGO, VOAD, private sector partners. We really need your help. That's why I said please help here. We know what we can see from the government perspective, and that's not always the appropriate perspective. It's important for us to see what things are on the ground, and sometimes you guys have a better feel. For instance, from our private sector partners, specifically our restaurants and our grocery stores and such, you may have a different perspective of what goods and services are going out quickly. That information actually would work through the Pennsylvania the business EOC through FEMA, which would give us a snapshot of really what's going on, putting all the data components together. Voluntary agencies, you have roots on almost every community. You get to see things that most times we only get a snapshot of. So it's important to share that information and your perspective as we work through the process. Federal partners, again, I talked about this earlier. we do want you to participate in the planning and resource linkage to federal resources. This is going to be invaluable for us to fill any gaps because as the NRF, the National Response Framework says, is that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or other states need to exhaust their resources before putting in a resource request for those. So we want, again, all activities will be coordinated through the FEMA SimCell, which will be on site, act as to policy and federal assets and agencies to include staff and stuff. They are not to deploy without Commonwealth approval. To ensure a common operating picture and ensure situational awareness, FEMA Masscare staff will shadow their counterparts at the Commonwealth, which I showed you on the organizational chart. Don't worry, we're coming to the end. Organizational representatives and the SimCell. So in the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, they have the Human Services branch, which will be simulated at the exercise at Shippensburg. So Department of Health, Public Utility Commission, Department of General Services, Red Cross, and National Guard components will be available. Other agencies will be available, as well as FEMA, who will be providing this situational awareness, will be providing logistics team, and we'll be providing an incident support manager for us to work through. So they are going to represent those organizations that are in the Human Services group, as well as act as the SimCell. So if a question comes up about medical, I will be having a conversation, or the DHS staff will be having a conversation with the Pennsylvania Department of Health and see what the direction and the best answer is. And then we will get back to you as part of the SimCell. That way they can test the questions that are actually coming in, as well as simulate what the response would be. We are also capturing that data for after action. So therefore, if something that we said may not necessarily be 100% accurate, we will have the ability to come back and validate what the information is for future planning. Again, we will have representative from the county perspective at each one of the SimCell and at the task force levels. And again, I already talked about the Commonwealth Resource Coordination Center will be there. There will also be a Red Cross staff who will be acting as the agency rep at the SimCell. But please note the process here is also that the Red Cross at the national level is also the co-lead for ESF 6 with FEMA. So there's kind of a bilateral role here. So the important thing is the Red Cross is participating, they are also participating in their own exercise to test their staff and stuff in the same building, but just different location. So as I said earlier, there are multiple exercises going on at the same time. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania staff specifically, there is a SharePoint notebook, which we will give you access to, and I will share with you the link, that if there's a parking lot. So each state agency will have access to the parking lot, as well as internal DHS. Program offices will have a parking lot to share information that may not necessarily be specific to the National Masscare exercise. However, there will be a general parking lot for each entity participating in this activity to go over and launch some information or some questions, hey, things we should address, or hey, DHS, can you check with FEMA on this for your future, or something as such. And our federal partners, including OSEFRA from ACF, this would be a good opportunity for you guys to put some information there, things that from an assessment tool for DHS or other states to do the human services elements that may not specifically be requested by Masscare. Exercise conduct, just in general, the injects will be distributed via SharePoint, email, or in person. You might see me coming around and giving you a cue card with some information that just came up for you to validate. Scenario and timeline is linear and may include time jumps during the play. We know we're going to be starting on one day. 15 minutes later, we're going to be about 7 days later. So you have to keep a track of that because it does change the dynamics in order for us to accomplish our goals and missions, specifically for the duration of what we're looking at. And just as a hint, we are looking at a minimum of 60 days for Masscare operations, and we will get back to you if there's any follow-up or further on going discussions. We will not be pausing for lunch or for breaks due to the nature of the exercise. We will be breaking out individually or groups, so we stagger lunch. Lunch has been coordinated by most or many of our voluntary agency partners and we really do appreciate that. They're testing out their capabilities. And we will have it will be a light continental breakfast and some snacks throughout the day provided by Shippensburg University. Also, the scenario will be left really vague in some specific areas, and you will see why once we get to that. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail until you get to the actual exercise itself. But the important thing is despite curiosity, we want you to think about things, how we can help fix. Just a little hint, we're not going to be having a large electrical outage. It may be another utility, just to work through some processes. So in general, you see links to the PADHS Masscare framework. You'll see some task force concepts of operations within this, as well as our Masscare website and the Masscare playbook, all of which are being evaluated. And if we have to add 500 pages, so be it. We will work that. We really need your help to break the state. We're really trying to break our processes so we can build a stronger response and recovery capability, so that way we can support our counties. One thing I want to bring up here, I'm going to try to open this link up here real quick. My apologies. I'm going to have to actually, you'll have to link it up. But in general, I think that this exercise will be given to you by looking at this website. Basically, FERC is talking about a catastrophic gas grid threat. And if you look through this, a lot of the things that we're going to be addressing in the exercise are specifically identified within this article. So it would behoove you to take a look at it. Take a look at how this could potentially impact you, your organization, and your response and recovery capabilities. So safety and awareness, there will be controllers there, which will be identified. There will be a safety officer there to determine if this is a real world emergency. Just make sure it's a real world emergency, and we will have staff there to support. We will give you additional organizational policies for a briefing when you get there that are based upon the Shippensburg University current policies. Again, I want to reiterate that this is a real world emergency. It will be broadcast from one of the DHS staff or the exercise staff to give you further instructions. You'll see a campus map here, as well as the address to the Shippensburg University. So take a look that there are 2 different parking areas for each day. You have the C7 lot and the G1 lot, and the location of the actual exercise will be at the Sedia Union building, or the Cub. And again, links to the website, you can jump on there. So general event logistics, participants should receive an email confirming those days and times that they are participating. You actually may have already received 2 of them. One of them is a corrected dates. I had a little technical challenge with some of the dates, and it all worked out now. So if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. Christine is working through the process. If you have any changes that you need, please reach out to her. The DHS response team members will be there throughout the day. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We will have staff at registration and event staff just to be supporting. Their identification will be determined later, as in whether they'll be wearing vests or hats or something of that nature, but we will let you know when we get to the exercise. Any questions? There's a block of rooms still left at the courtyard in Shippensburg. Just take a look at that. If you have any questions, again, just reach out to us. And breakfast and lunch will be provided daily, and dinner will be provided on Wednesday evening at no cost. So please make sure that you are registered. If you know somebody who made comments about them coming, please make sure that they get registered, so that way we have accurate counts for everything. In general, here's a couple contact information. Please note that the team has created an exercise navigator with a phone number for call and text of information. So if you need help with anything, feel free to give that a call, as the exercise is there. and we will try to get a hold of you. And also you have contact information for Christine, who, by the way, has been spearheading this activity and has done an amazing job getting things pulled together. As most of you have been working in emergency management or government or voluntary agencies, knowing that when you have over 100 and some organizations that are represented, this is no easy task. So Christine, thanks a lot and good work with this. And as we work on the evaluations after the exercise, to all our partners out there, please be gentle. So at this time, do we have any questions that I can try to answer for you?
Devin, can I make a quick comment?
Sure can.
Hey, everybody, this is Christine Heiser, also with Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. I just wanted to send a little shout out and a big hug to some of our new partners. I know we have a lot of new human services partners, education partners, health partners, community leaders, other resource providers that we've just kind of onboarded and brought you into the fold. And that was a lot. So if you're feeling vaguely confused, there's a lot of lingo, unfamiliar processes, I just want to encourage you not to panic, that really the work that you do every day, the resources that you have, the people you support, the networks that you leverage, that the work that this is your work on steroids when it matters the most. So trust me, you are relevant. You definitely have resources to bring to the table, and we'll be able to dig into that during the exercise. So stay with us. It will all be worthwhile. And I just want to reiterate some of the things that Devin said, that this is a no-fault environment. We are not testing anybody. This is not precedent setting. This is really just an exploration of how we can best support folks that are impacted by disasters and future real life events. And not just for Pennsylvania. We are exploring and digging into some of these topics that will also assist our other state Masscare partners. I think we have 15 plus states registered to participate in this exercise. So just wanted to reiterate some of those items and thank everybody. We're really looking forward to this event. And I think if you have a question, if you want to put it in the chat, or if you want to raise your hand, we can unmute too. I think we're in presentation mode, so we can work on that here. There's a question about attire during the event. Did you have an inclination, Devin? Probably business casual. Well, there will be VIPs there. I don't know if you had a thought there.
Yeah, business casual, but stay comfortable because it's going to be a long couple days.
Sandy, if you want to go ahead with your question. You'll have to unmute, but you should be able to do so now. We don't hear you if you're talking, Sandy.
Yep, Sandy, we'll make sure that
Oh, there she is. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that at the registration, we'll be directed where to go.
Yep. We have maps that will be large size there in the entryway, as well as maps for your packets that have the room numbers listed out. And you'll have the room numbers where all the different breakout groups will be to help encourage some of that inter-task force communication that Devin was talking about.
Christine, this is Britton. There is a question in the chat from Joseph I. Wondering if halal and kosher meals will be provided.
Sure, thanks, Britton. I had responded in the chat, but providing for special dietary needs such as halal and kosher is definitely something that's important to us, particularly to make sure that we're having a response and recovery that is inclusive of the whole community. So great question. Yes, that's something we will get into with the feeding task force. It is a gap in some cases. We have limited ability for some of our voluntary partners to provide for some of those special needs. So we will be definitely looking for all available resources that might be able to assist to provide for some of those dietary concerns. Thanks for the question. Devin, can you review the role and limitations of observers?
Sure. The importance components of the observers are really the FEMA field observer components, really to take notes, just to take a look at what's going on, interactions and stuff like that. Not necessarily having a specific objective to observe, but just provide some roles, some observations of what is going on intergroup, if that makes any sense.
Thanks, Devin. Robert asked how far away is the parking lot? Robert, we do have limited accessible parking right outside the club, so we'll be coning some of those spots off for folks who use durable medical equipment. So definitely those will be available. If anybody else needs day of assistance, we do have an exercise navigator phone number. I'll put that in the chat and I'll read it off here as well. You can feel free to put that in your cell phone for the day of. The exercise navigator can be reached at 717-307-7170. So we will have the ability, if folks are not able to get from the parking lot to the venue, it's about maybe a 5-minute walk or so, we can provide some limited shuttle service. So call us on the day if you're not able to get that accessible parking right there, or if you don't have an accessible parking placard. If you have any concerns, feel free to reach out to me direct and we'll make sure we get those addressed. Someone is asking about the intent and the goal of the Household Pet Task Force. Do you want to talk about that, Devin, or do you want me to take that?
Go ahead and you can take a look at the ConOps. But go ahead, Christine.
Sure. So the Household Pets Task Force is a new one for us. We just soft launched this task force earlier this year. So we know following Hurricane Katrina, there were some lessons learned that we really need to provide better care for people's pets because people don't evacuate if their pets aren't going to be provided for. So you really have to take care of the pets in order to take care of the people. So we know that needs to be a priority. So Household Pets will be looking at providing care for those household animals, not for larger animals such as horses, cattle, chickens, those kinds of things. Those agricultural animals fall under the purview of the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture and Emergency Support Function 11. So some of the players are the same across the big animals, little animals, but we are working as a supporting entity for the Pennsylvania Animal Response Team and the County Animal Response Teams, the PART and the CART. And we are excited to bring in really a lot of rock star national level partners to support this task force as we're starting to build it up. So stay tuned. That's really going to be an exciting one for us during this exercise, especially to identify what are some of those additional resources and key partners for us in Pennsylvania. Hope that answers the question. Joseph asks, can the issue of getting to the area be a disaster response issue? I mean, certainly depending on the nature of the scenario, if roads are closed and there's limited access, that can definitely inhibit people's ability to travel throughout their community in addition to hindering disaster response. If I didn't address your question, feel free to add a follow-up in the chat, Joseph. Any other questions? Again, you can put them in the chat, or if you raise your hand, we can do the unmute thing. Devin or Britton, did you want to make any final comments before I stop the recording? And then we'll also offer an opportunity to ask any questions after the recording is stopped.
I don't have any.
I see Joseph has another question. Give me a second, Joseph. Let me allow your mic. You should be able to unmute now.
I'm sorry for being so annoying, but my concern is for my population. So if they don't understand English, like how would they know where to go? Like what is the response for that? Whether it's Pashto, Dari, Spanish, French, it doesn't matter. Like how are you able to make sure that those people are getting to the right places at the right time without having to go through a translator or an interpreter?
Great question, and you are definitely not annoying. Language communication access is a huge challenge in emergency response and recovery, and definitely something that will be explored during this exercise. So we do need to provide for inclusive communication, and that also applies for individuals with sensory disabilities, such as those who are deaf or hard of hearing, in addition to those with different language needs. So definitely we'll be digging into resources that we have available to meet those needs for response and recovery during this exercise. So I'm interested to hear of resources that you're familiar with for particularly some of those less common languages that are definitely still out there in great number. So yeah, really, really important question.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, I will stop the recording here.
And there you have it, folks. That concludes our Masscare strategy planning. Hopefully you plucky Nowardians managed to stay awake through the duration of this presentation. That is, of course, those plucky Nowardians that stuck with this stream for the duration and didn't abandon ship and run off to another stream to go and say hello to endless other viewers over and over again. And I do appreciate those of you who have stayed on board the good ship NoOneWatchesArDee through the duration of this very, very long stream about a Keystone 6, the Masscare strategy national level exercise about to take place in just under 10 days time. But the information came directly from the horse's mouth in this particular occasion, and hopefully you guys that did stick with it found it refreshing and a change of pace from having to listen to me reading endless articles online from sources such as government websites, PDFs, government documentation. This was not exactly government related content, but it was from the Keystone 6 Planning Committee, and an awful lot of interesting things were said during those meetings, and I felt somewhat obsessively compulsed to include each and every one of those, as the moment I am somewhat the world leader in bringing information regarding the Keystone 6 mass Masscare exercise about to take place in a little under 10 days. But that is all I have got to say for this particular stream, folks. But rest assured, I'm pretty sure we will be coming back with another Keystone 6 related content before the event takes place, and who knows what is going to unfold between now and the date in question. So until the next time, guys, you know, as always, to take care. May the force be with us all, and more importantly, please be excellent to each other. This is RD signing out for now.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.
Be excellent to each other. Party on, dudes!
Hey, Luke. May the force be with you.
All right. Take care now. Bye-bye then.